Blue Line Promise. Blue Line Promise. A Friends to Lovers Hockey Romance. Ainsley Monroe. Copyright 2026 Ainsley Monroe. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form or by any means without the prior written permission of the author, except for brief quotations in a book review. This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events, or locales is entirely coincidental. First edition, 2026. For everyone who ever fell and got back up. The only way to make sense out of change is to plunge into it, move with it, and join the dance. Alan Watts. Contents. Prologue. Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Chapter 5. Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Chapter 9. Chapter 10. Chapter 11. Chapter 12. Chapter 13. Chapter 14. Chapter 15. Chapter 16. Chapter 17. Chapter 18. Chapter 19. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. Epilogue. Prologue. Bridget title, The Version of Me That Said Yes. The thing nobody tells you about watching the men you love play hockey is that your body keeps score. Every hit, your stomach drops. Every breakaway, you hold your breath. Every time he takes the puck into the corner and two 200-pound men close in on him, your hand tightens around whatever you're holding, and you don't notice until something spills or cracks or the woman beside you says your name twice. Tonight it's a wine glass. Vera's hand covers mine before I do real damage. He's fine, she says, without looking at me. Her eyes are on the ice, same as mine. He's always fine. I know. I don't loosen my grip. Down on the ice, Alexei Volkov, number 18, Pittsburgh Steel, my husband, pulls out of the corner with the puck and the crowd in this arena does what crowds do for him. They rise. All at once, like something pulled them up by the chest. 43 seconds left in the third period. Steel down by 1. Playoffs. The kind of moment that gets replayed on sports channels for years. I've seen him in moments like this before. I know what his body does when he locks in. The shoulders drop. The head comes up. He stops looking like a man and starts looking like something built specifically for this. He finds the lane. He shoots. The red light comes on. The arena loses its mind. Nick wakes up. Oh, buddy. I shift him against my shoulder and press my lips to his warm little head. He smells like baby shampoo and the specific kind of exhaustion that comes from being 6 months old and very serious about it. He blinks at the noise with the expression he inherited directly from his father, suspicious, assessing, vaguely unimpressed. He scored, I tell him. Nick yawns. Yeah, I say. I know. We'll work on your team spirit. Vera is on her feet, screaming something in Russian that I am 90% sure is not appropriate for mixed company. Carol, my mother, is 2 seats over with her hands pressed to her face and tears running down her cheeks, because she cries at everything now. The surgery, the recovery, a year of slow careful steps back to herself, she came out the other side softer somehow. More willing to let things move her. I used to think that was weakness. I know better now. On the ice, Alexei finds the bench, finds his teammates, finds the specific controlled chaos of a tied playoff game with 38 seconds left. Then he does the thing he always does. The thing 3 different sports writers have photographed and described in 3 different ways without ever quite getting it right. He looks up. Not at the scoreboard. Not at the crowd. At the suite. At me. It's fast. Half a second, maybe less. But I feel it the way you feel the drop before a roller coaster, that full body awareness that something is about to change direction. I raise Nick's little fist in a wave. The corner of Alexei's mouth moves. Just barely. Then he turns back to the game. Vera drops back into her seat and fans herself with the game program. That man, she says, shaking her head, is completely ridiculous. Completely, I agree. She looks at me sideways. You love it. I take a sip of wine. I didn't say that. You didn't have to. That's the thing about the people who were there at the beginning. They know which silences mean yes. I look back at the ice. Nick has gone back to sleep, one small fist bunched against my collarbone, breathing slow and even against my neck. The game clock ticks down. The building hums. 3 years ago, I almost didn't come to this city. Not this suite, not this game, I mean Pittsburgh, the whole thing. The temp placement, the assignment, the 2-week job that my agency called me about on a Tuesday when I had a dentist appointment at the same time and was genuinely considering rescheduling the placement instead of the cleaning. That is how close it was. A cavity versus the rest of my life. I almost said no. I think about that sometimes. Not in a grateful, soft focus way. I mean, I actually sit with it and let it be terrifying for a second. The version of me who picked the dentist. Who never walked into that lobby. Who never looked up from the reception desk and told a 6'3" Russian man that his appointment was tomorrow and held eye contact without flinching. That version of me saved $30 on a cleaning and never met her husband. She never had this. Nick stirs, makes a small sound, settles again. I press my mouth to his head. I breathe him in. I watch Alexei take the ice for the final shift of the period, and I think about all the things that had to go exactly right, and exactly wrong, to land me here in this seat with this baby and this life. It started with a temp agency. A crashed filing system. $15,000 and a contract with 12 clauses. It started with a man who needed a wife and a woman who needed money and a kitchen floor at 2 a.m. and 1 cracker. It started with I almost didn't say yes. That is still the most terrifying sentence I know. But I did say yes. This is what happened after. Chapter 1. Bridget title, $12 and a bus transfer. I have $11.40 in my checking account. I know this because I checked it 3 times this morning, once before I got dressed, once at the bus stop, and once standing outside the glass doors of Volkov Sports Management while a man in a $3,000 suit walked past me without holding the door. $11.40. Enough for the bus home tonight and approximately 1 sad granola bar from the vending machine in the break room. This is not a crisis. This is a Tuesday. I've been broke before in ways that were actually dangerous, lights off, eviction notice on the door, eating cereal with water because the milk was a luxury I couldn't clear. This isn't that. I still have an apartment. I still have a coat that doesn't have holes in it. I can still order something off a menu without checking the right side of the prices first, as long as I pick the second cheapest thing and skip the appetizer and split the check before anyone notices. Middle-class broke is its own specific kind of miserable. You're too stable to qualify for the programs that help people who are actually drowning, and too thin on the margin to breathe properly. You just tread water and smile and tell people you're fine, and mostly they believe you because you look fine, because looking fine is the one thing you've gotten really, really good at. I straighten my blazer. I go inside. The placement is through Hartley Temp, 2 weeks, reception cover, new corporate account. My agency contact, a woman named Gwen who always sounds like she's already late for something else, called me at 7:45 yesterday morning and said, sports management firm. Downtown. Starts tomorrow. You interested? I said yes before she finished the sentence. The rate is decent. Not life-changing, but enough to keep the water treading going for another month. Enough to buy real milk. I told myself I wasn't going to think about my mother's last phone call until I'd gotten through at least the first week, and I am a person who keeps the promises I make to myself, so I don't think about it. I walk through the glass doors of Volkov Sports Management and I don't think about it at all. The office is the kind of place that's designed to look like money without looking like it's trying. Clean lines. Low music. A reception desk shaped like a half-moon in the middle of a marble lobby. The girl I'm replacing, covering for, technically, she's out with a knee surgery, left a sticky note on the monitor that says phones ring a lot. Don't panic. And below that, in different ink, like she came back and added it later, also Dmitry is the owner and he will ask you to get him coffee. You don't have to. Nobody will tell you that, but you don't have to. I stuck the note to the inside of the desk drawer where I can read it without anyone seeing. Day 1, I learned the phone system. Day 2, I reorganized the filing cabinet behind the desk because it was sorted by first name instead of last and it was genuinely causing me physical discomfort. Day 3, today, I am efficient and invisible and professional, which is exactly what a temp is supposed to be. I am very good at being the person no one really looks at. The lobby stays quiet until 10:40. I'm updating a contact spreadsheet that was last touched in what I can only assume was 2019, judging by the number of disconnected phone numbers, when the front doors open. I don't look up right away. People come and go all morning. The polished suit men. The agents on phones. The 2 assistants from the 3rd floor who use the lobby bathroom because the 3rd floor one is, apparently, haunted. I've learned not to track every entrance. But this one is different. I notice it before I look up, the same way you notice weather. The air in the lobby shifts. Just slightly. Like pressure changing before a storm. I look up. He's enormous. Not in a soft way, in a way that says he has spent a significant portion of his life letting people hit him at speed and hitting back harder. 6'3" at minimum, built through the shoulders like someone drew him with function in mind and aesthetics as an afterthought. Team hoodie, Pittsburgh steel, dark gray, worn at the cuffs. Dark hair. A jaw that looks like it was put there specifically to be annoying. He's already talking before he reaches the desk. Fast, accented English, scanning the lobby like he's already decided the conversation is mostly a formality. I'm here for Dmitry. Tell him Alexei is here. I look at the schedule on the monitor. I look back at him. Your name is Alexei Volkov. He stops. Looks at me directly for the first time. His eyes are dark, gray or green or something in between, the kind of color that changes depending on the light. Right now they're just flat and impatient. Yes. Your appointment with Mr. Volkov is tomorrow. Wednesday. 2 o'clock. He doesn't say anything for a moment. He looks at me the way people look at a road that's suddenly closed. Not angry, exactly. More like recalculating. It's today, he says. It's not. I turn the monitor slightly so he can see the calendar. Wednesday, 2 p.m. That's tomorrow. He stares at the screen. Something moves across his face, quick and controlled, there and gone. He pulls out his phone. He looks at it. He looks back at me. I wait. He puts the phone back in his pocket. Fine, he says. That's it. Just fine. No apology, no embarrassed half-laugh, no over-explanation. He says it like he's filing it away and moving on, and then he turns and walks back toward the doors with the same purposeful energy he came in with. No wasted movement. No performance. I watch him push through the glass doors and disappear onto the street. Then I breathe out. The woman from accounting who has been pretending to look at the building directory for the last 2 minutes comes over and puts both hands on my desk. Her name is Fiona and she is my favorite person in this office by a considerable margin. Did you just tell Alexei Volkov he had the wrong day? He did have the wrong day. He's the Steel's starting right-winger. He had 38 points last season. He still had the wrong day. She stares at me. Then she grins. I like you, she says. You're going to be interesting. She goes back to accounting. I go back to the spreadsheet. My hands are completely steady. I don't think about why I needed to check. The rest of the day moves at the pace of a Tuesday in November, slow and gray and without incident. I eat my granola bar at my desk. I forward 17 calls. I politely tell Dmitry Volkov, who is younger than I expected and has the particular smile of a man who expects a lot and resents getting less, that I don't actually do coffee runs but I can pull up the cafe's number if he wants to order himself. He looks at me for a beat too long. Temporary staff, he says, like it explains something. Then he walks away. I go back to the spreadsheet. At 5:15, I collect my bag, button my coat, and take the elevator down. I have $11.40 and a bus to catch and a Tuesday to finish surviving. Outside, the Pittsburgh wind comes off the river and straight through my coat, because the coat is decent but it isn't that decent, and I think, next month I'll fix that. Next month I'll have more than $11. I think, next month is 30 days away. I take the bus home. I make pasta with what I have in the cabinet. I sit on the couch and I open my phone to call my mother, but there's already a voicemail notification, and the number is not my mother's. It's a 412 area code I don't know. I press play. Ms. Calloway, this is Dr. Hargreaves' office calling on behalf of Carol Calloway. We've reviewed your mother's most recent results and we need to discuss next steps as soon as possible. We've been trying to reach you both. Please call the office back at your earliest. I stop the message. I play it again from the beginning. Most recent results and we need to discuss next steps as soon as possible. I set the phone face down on the couch cushion. I look at the wall for a moment. Then I pick it back up and dial my mother's number, and it rings 4 times and goes to voicemail, and her voice says, "You've reached Carol. Leave me something good," and that specific cheerfulness, the cheerfulness she has always used as a shield between herself and the world worrying about her, makes my chest do something I cannot afford right now. The message beeps. "Hey, Mom. It's me. Call me when you get this. It doesn't matter how late." I hang up. I sit very still. The pasta on the stove is getting cold. The wind rattles the window a little. My bank account has $11.40 and my mother's doctor used the phrase next steps, and I know what that means. I have known for 3 months what that means, ever since the last scan, the one she told me not to worry about. I pick up my phone again. I pull up the hospital's billing portal that I have bookmarked, that I have been looking at like a wound that won't close, and I look at the number at the top. The surgery estimate. The number that has been sitting there since August, circled in the memo I made myself, the one I look at every time I think I've found a way to make it work. I look at it for a long time. $11.40. I close the app. I get up. I eat the cold pasta over the sink and I do not let myself cry, because crying doesn't pay for surgery, and I am a very practical person. I go to bed. I lie there for 2 hours not sleeping, thinking about next steps. Chapter 2. Alexei title, The Problem with Paperwork. My lawyer's name is Craig, and Craig has a very specific face he makes when the news is bad. It is the face of a man who has rehearsed what he's about to say at least twice on the drive over. Practiced the right amount of sympathy. Found the right pace, slow enough to be careful, fast enough so the person across the table can't interrupt before he's finished. I have seen this face once before, 3 years ago, when he told me that my contract restructure had some complications he needed to walk me through. He is making that face right now. The conference room smells like carpet cleaner and old coffee. The overhead light has a flicker so subtle most people wouldn't catch it. I have been sitting here for 4 minutes, watching Craig organize his papers, and the flicker has happened 11 times. I know because counting things is what I do when I'm waiting for something I don't want to hear. Alexei, Craig says. I want to start by saying that this is fixable. When someone starts a conversation by saying a thing is fixable, it means the thing is bad enough that fixable is the most reassuring word they could find. Tell me, I say. He tells me. The short version, the team attorney who filed my restructured contract last spring put it through under the wrong visa classification. Not my visa, the sponsorship category. A clerical error. 1 box wrong on 1 form. The kind of mistake that happens in offices all the time and usually gets caught in review and corrected without incident. It was not caught. It was not corrected. The result is that as of 63 days from now, my work authorization will lapse. Technically. On paper. Because of 1 wrong box on 1 form that nobody noticed until a routine audit flagged it last week. I sit with this for a moment. Craig is still talking, something about the team's legal department, something about liability, something about options, but I've stopped processing the words because I'm doing the thing I always do when something goes wrong, which is go very quiet and very still and let my brain catch up to the situation before my mouth does anything I can't take back. 6 years. I have been in this country for 6 years. I came at 22 with 2 bags and enough English to get through an airport, and I have worked every single day since, on the ice, off it, in the gym at 5 in the morning and in the film room at 10 at night. I have built this. I earned this spot on this roster in this city, and I am not a man who uses words like love casually, but if you asked me what I feel about playing hockey in Pittsburgh, the honest answer is something close to it. I am not going back to St. Petersburg in disgrace. I am not doing that. What are my options, I say. Not a question. Flat. Craig has 3. He lists them with the practiced calm of a man delivering bad news to athletes for a living. Option 1, find a new team willing to refile the sponsorship under the correct category. Problem, trade deadline passed 6 weeks ago. Any move before the end of the season would require a waiver process that takes longer than 63 days. Option 2, return to Russia voluntarily, file from outside the country, reapply for entry in the new season. Problem, there is no guarantee of re-entry at the level I currently hold. The Steel's interest doesn't survive a full season absence. Other teams move on. Option 3, Craig pauses here. He picks up his coffee. He sets it back down. There is a third option, he says. A faster one. If you were to marry a U.S. citizen, you'd be eligible to file for adjustment of status from inside the country. The timeline is much more workable and... No. Alexei. I'm not marrying a stranger for a visa. Craig looks at his papers. There are services that arrange. No. He nods slowly. He picks up a business card from the small pile in front of him and holds it out across the table. Plain white card. Small logo. A firm name I don't recognize. I'm not recommending it, he says. I'm giving you the full picture. That's my job. I look at the card. I don't touch it. Craig starts talking about timelines and next steps and what the Steel's legal department is prepared to do to help resolve the situation through proper channels, and I let him talk, because he is good at his job and he is trying to help me, and I am not going to make this harder than it already is by being rude about it. But I stop listening. I think about my mother's voice on the phone last week. When are you coming home, Alyosha? Not worried. Just asking. She asks every few months, the same way she might ask if I've been eating enough or sleeping enough, not expecting a particular answer, just checking that I'm still real from a distance. I think about what coming home means now. It doesn't mean the same thing it meant when I left. Home is the ice at 5 in the morning when the arena is empty. Home is the particular way the Pittsburgh skyline looks from the bridge on the way back from a road trip when you're tired enough that your body has gone loose and you can almost feel the game still in your legs. Home is knowing, when you step on the ice, that you are exactly where you are supposed to be. I worked too hard for this to let a clerical error take it. Craig finishes. He looks at me across the table. I know this is a lot to process, he says. I'll call you tomorrow, I say. I stand up. I put on my coat. Alexei. He hesitates. Don't wait too long on a decision. 63 days sounds like time, but it isn't. I know. I walk out of the conference room. Down the elevator. Through the lobby. Out onto the street, where the November air is cold and direct in the way of a city that doesn't bother softening things. I walk 2 blocks before I realize I still have the business card in my hand. I don't remember picking it up. I look at it. The logo. The firm name. The small tagline at the bottom that says discreet and professional documentation services in a font that's trying very hard to sound like a law firm and not quite getting there. I think about 63 days. I fold the card once, clean and precise, and drop it in the trash can at the corner. I keep walking. I have practice in 3 hours and film review before that, and I don't have time to stand on a street corner in Pittsburgh falling apart over a piece of paper. I am halfway down the next block when I stop. I stand still for a moment. The people on the sidewalk move around me. I go back to the corner. I look in the trash can. The card is right there, on top, corners still clean. I pick it up. I put it in my jacket pocket. I keep walking. I don't look at it again for the rest of the day. I don't throw it away either. Chapter 3. Bridget title, the part where I say no. Gwen from Hartley Temp calls me at 8:14 on a Wednesday morning while I'm standing in my kitchen eating toast over the sink because I haven't gotten around to buying a table yet. It's been 11 months. The toast is fine. The no-table situation is fine. Everything is fine. The Volkov account, she says, skipping hello entirely in the way she always does, like greetings are a budget item she's cut. They've requested you specifically for an extended placement. Personal assistant to one of their clients. Starts Monday. I put the toast down. How extended? Open-ended. Could be a month. Could be longer. What's the rate? She tells me. I make her repeat it. Triple your standard, she confirms. They asked for you by name, Bridget. Whatever you did over there, it worked. What I did was tell a large hockey player he had the wrong day and not apologize for it. Apparently that passes for exceptional in sports management circles. I'll think about it, I say. Don't think too long. They want an answer by noon. She hangs up. I stand there with my cold toast and the number she said still sitting in my head like something I'm turning over to check for damage. Triple rate. Open-ended. It would cover the gap. It would more than cover the gap, it would buy me actual breathing room, the kind I haven't had in 2 years. The kind where you can have a problem come up and handle it without it becoming a crisis. But it would also mean working directly for Alexei Volkov, who said exactly one word to me in 3 days, fine, and meant it the way people mean this conversation is over. I put the toast in the bin. I get my bag. I have a regular placement today, a law office downtown, and I need to catch the 8:40 bus. My answer is no. I've made worse decisions than passing on triple rate to keep my life manageable, and this one feels manageable, so no. No is the right call. I'm almost at the door when my phone rings again. Different number. 412 area code. The hospital. My mother sounds fine on the phone. She always sounds fine. Carol Calloway has sounded fine through a divorce, 2 cross-state moves, a leaky roof, and every medical appointment I've driven her to for the last 3 years. She is the most relentlessly fine person I have ever met, and I love her for it, and it makes me insane in equal measure. It's not a big deal, she says. Mom. The doctor just wants to talk about timing. That's all. The doctor left me a voicemail yesterday about next steps. Bridget. The estimate is on the hospital portal. I've looked at it. I know what the surgery costs. Silence. A short one. The kind that means she's been hoping I hadn't looked. I don't want you worrying about money, she says. I know you don't. I mean it. I'll work something out. She says this the way she said it my whole life, with complete conviction, no plan, and the bone-deep belief that things work out for people who stay positive. She is not wrong that things have always worked out. She is also not the one who spent the last year quietly calculating how to make them work. When is the appointment? I ask. Friday morning. I'll drive you. You don't have to. Mom. I wait until she stops. I'll drive you. Okay. Another silence. Softer this time. Okay, she says. Thank you, baby. I hang up. I stand in my hallway with my bag on my shoulder and the 8:40 bus already 3 minutes away from being a realistic option. I call Gwen back. Tell them yes, I say. Monday comes fast, the way Mondays do when you spend the weekend arguing with yourself about a decision you've already made. The Volkov Sports Management building looks the same. The lobby looks the same. Fiona from accounting waves at me from across the marble floor like we're old friends, which I appreciate, because the receptionist I'm not covering for this time gives me a look that suggests she has feelings about being temporarily replaced, and I could use the goodwill. Except I'm not going to the reception desk today. I'm going to the 11th floor. The elevator opens onto a smaller office, quieter than the main floors, better furniture, no music. A young assistant named Dev meets me at the door and shows me to a glass-walled workspace just off a corner office. He gives me a laptop, a phone extension list, and the expression of someone passing a torch they're genuinely relieved to put down. He's at practice until 10, Dev says. He'll come straight here after. He doesn't like calls before 11 unless it's the team. He pauses. He doesn't like calls after 11 either, honestly. Just, emails are better. Got it. His schedule is on the shared drive. Some of it. The rest he keeps in his head, which is, Dev stops. Considers. A thing. How long were you his assistant? 4 months. He says it like a soldier saying how long they were deployed. I thank him. I sit down. I open the shared drive and find the schedule, which is less a calendar and more a scattered collection of appointments with no context, no locations, and 3 different time zones listed across separate cells with no indication of which applies to which event. I spend 40 minutes building it into something that makes sense. Then I start on the backlog of media requests, which have apparently been sitting in a folder labeled Deal with Later since October. It is now November. Later was a month ago. I start making calls. He comes in at 10:17. I hear him before I see him, not because he's loud, but because the quality of the silence in the office changes. The 2 people who were talking in the hall stop. Keyboards pause. It's subtle, the kind of thing you'd miss if you weren't paying attention, but I've been paying attention to rooms my whole life. He walks past the glass wall of my workspace without looking in. Straight to the corner office. The door doesn't slam, it closes with the particular firmness of someone who's learned to control exactly how much force they use. I go back to my emails. At 10:32, the door opens. "Come in here," he says, loud enough to carry. I grab my laptop and a notepad and go. His office is enormous and almost completely empty. I mean that literally. There's a desk, a chair behind it, 1 chair in front of it, and a whiteboard on the wall with 2 lines of writing on it that I don't look at directly because it feels like reading someone's diary. No photos. No shelves. The floor-to-ceiling window behind him has Pittsburgh spread out below it, the river and the bridges and the gray November sky, and he's standing with his back to it looking at his phone with the focus of a man defusing a device. He looks up. Looks at me. There's a brief pause where I think he's deciding if I'm who he expected. "You reorganized the filing cabinet," he says. "It was sorted by first name. I knew where everything was." "You knew where everything was because you had memorized a broken system." I open my laptop. "I've also rebuilt your media calendar. You have 17 outstanding appearance requests going back to October. I've sorted them by deadline and sent holding replies to the 6 that are still viable. The rest have expired." He looks at me for a moment. "Sit down," he says. I sit. He sits. We work. It is, as first days go, one of the stranger ones I've had. He speaks in short, direct sentences, and he expects the same back. He doesn't explain things he thinks I should already know, which means I have to ask more questions than I'd usually ask on day 1, and every time I ask one he answers it without irritation, which I wasn't expecting. He doesn't perform warmth. He doesn't fill silences with noise. He just works, and he expects me to work beside him, and there is something almost restful about it once I stop waiting for the social niceties that aren't coming. We eat lunch at our respective desks. My desk is technically in the outer office, but he's left the glass door open, so it's the same as being in the same room. I eat a sandwich. He eats something from a container that smells like rice and chicken and discipline. Neither of us speaks for 22 minutes. It is the least uncomfortable silence I've had with a relative stranger in recent memory. At 2 o'clock he asks me to explain what a conflict of interest waiver is and whether the one his previous agency filed on his behalf is the same as an ethics disclosure. I explain the difference. He listens without interrupting. When I finish, he says, "Get me a template for the correct one." I get him the template. At 4:15, Dev texts me from wherever Dev has retreated to, "How is it going up there?" I type back, "Fine." He sends me a string of question marks. I put my phone face down. At 5:50, I'm shutting down my laptop and calculating whether I can make the 6:10 bus, when his voice comes through the open door. "Wait." I stop. He appears in the doorway of his office holding a manila envelope. He looks at it, then at me. "I need this notarized. There's an office 2 blocks east. They close at 6:15. I look at the clock on the wall. It is 5:51. Most people who need a favor in the last 10 minutes of a workday build up to it. They apologize first. They use the word technically as in technically it's almost 6, or they say I know it's late but or they do the smile that means I'm aware this is an imposition. They package it. He just says, "Wait." Like it's a fact about what needs to happen next. Something about it catches me off guard in a way I can't fully name. Not rudeness, he's not rude, exactly. Just direct. Completely stripped of performance. 2 blocks east, I say. Yes. 6:15 closing. Yes. I pick up my bag. Then we should go now. We go. The notary is a small office wedged between a dry cleaner and a sandwich place that's already pulling its gate down. The woman behind the desk gives Alexei Volkov the same look most people give him in public, that double take of recognition quickly smoothed over into professional neutral, and processes the document in 4 minutes while I stand by the door checking my phone. Outside, the evening air is cold and smells like the river. He puts the envelope inside his jacket. Thank you, he says. It comes out the same as everything else he says. Clean. No extra anything on it. See you tomorrow, I say. I turn and walk toward the bus stop. I'm half a block away when I realize I've been holding my shoulders up near my ears for the entire walk, and I make myself drop them. Fine. The job is fine. He is fine. I can do this. I stop at the corner to wait for the light and almost step on a crumpled piece of paper that's blown against the base of a trash can. I wouldn't normally look. But something makes me glance down at it, the shape, the way it looks like it was folded neatly and then screwed into a ball by someone who changed their mind about throwing it away before changing it back again. I look closer. It's a pamphlet. Trifold, slightly damp from the sidewalk. The logo at the top is a small legal-looking crest. Below it, in plain text. Immigration Solutions Group, discreet consulting for non-standard status cases. And below that, underlined by hand in blue pen, marriage-based adjustment of status, fastest legal pathway for current visa holders facing expiry. I stand at the corner in the cold for a full 3 seconds. Then the light changes, and I walk, and I don't look back at the trash can outside his building. But I don't stop thinking about it either. Chapter 4. Alexei. Title, The Proposition. The first woman the agency sends me is named Lauren. She is 28, presentable, a paralegal. She wants $40,000, split in 4 payments, and a condo lease in her name for the duration of the arrangement. She tells me this in the first 7 minutes of our meeting in a hotel lobby, before the coffee arrives. She has a list on her phone. She scrolls through it while she talks. I watch her scroll. I think, no. Not because her terms are unreasonable. They aren't, given what I'm asking. But because she looks at me the way people look at a transaction they've already closed in their head, and I think, even in a situation as practical as mine, that there are limits to how much of myself I can reduce to a line item. I tell the agency, not her. The second woman is named Cassandra. She is 31, warm, laughs at things that aren't funny because she's nervous, and spends 40 minutes asking me questions about my authentic emotional availability for the process. She is very nice. I feel nothing talking to her except a mild, persistent guilt for wasting her time. I tell the agency, not her either. The third woman the agency sends is 25. She does not show up to the meeting. She sends a text 40 minutes after the scheduled time that says, "Sorry, something came up, can we reschedule?" I sit in the hotel lobby alone and look at the message for a moment. Then I take out $100, leave it under my coffee cup for the server who has refilled my water 3 times without being asked, and I go to the office. Craig calls me on Thursday. He wants an update. I tell him I'm handling it. He asks, carefully, what that means. It means I'm handling it, I say. He asks how many days I have left. 57, I say. He goes quiet in the particular way of a man adding up numbers that don't add up. I hang up. I go to the office. She is reorganizing my files again. Not the ones I've already found her working on, different ones. The cabinet in the corner of the outer office that has been a functional disaster since I moved into this space 8 months ago. She doesn't know I can see her through the glass from where I'm standing at my own desk. She doesn't know, and she's doing it anyway, which tells me she's not performing usefulness. She's just useful. She works the way I skate. No wasted movement. Completely in it. She pulls a folder, checks the label, sets it in one of 3 piles she's built on the floor, and goes back for the next one. Her expression is focused in a way that's almost private. Like she does her best thinking through her hands. I have been working with her for 4 days. In 4 days, she has rebuilt my media calendar, cleared a month of backed-up correspondence, identified 2 contract clauses in my pending endorsement deal that needed legal review before signing, and told me, without softening it, that the way I've been tracking my appearance fees is going to cause me a significant tax problem in April. She was right about all of it. She doesn't look at me like I'm Alexei Volkov, starting right-winger, Pittsburgh Steel. She doesn't look at me like I'm a problem to manage or an opportunity to position herself near. She looks at me the same way she looked at that filing cabinet, like something that needs sorting, and she's deciding if it's worth her time. I find this, unexpectedly, the most comfortable thing about my current situation. I look at the card on my desk. The one from the immigration consulting firm. The one I've picked up and put down 4 times this week. I think about Lauren and her phone list. I think about Cassandra and her questions. I think about 57 days. Then I think about the woman on the other side of the glass, who put her own coat and bag down when she arrived this morning, poured herself a coffee, sat down, and was working before I even got in, not because I asked her to but because that is simply who she is. I pick up the card. I put it in my desk drawer. I don't need it anymore. I have a different idea. I wait until the end of the day. Not because I'm nervous, I don't do nervous, or I've trained myself out of it so completely I can't access it anymore, but because I want to do this right. Which, in my experience, means doing it simply. No build-up. No packaging. Just the thing, said plainly. She's closing down her laptop when I come to the doorway of the outer office. Stay a minute, I say. She looks up. Something moves through her expression, quick, unreadable, and then she closes the laptop and sits back. Waiting. She does that well. Most people fill silence when they're waiting. She just holds it. I come in. I sit in the chair across from her desk instead of standing, because I am aware that I am a large person and I don't want this conversation to feel like something I'm doing at her. I put my hands flat on the desk between us. I have a situation, I say. I want to tell you about it. Then I want to ask you something. You can say no. Okay, she says. I tell her. The visa. The clerical error. The 57 days. I tell her about Craig and the options and the 3 women the agency sent me. I don't tell her about Dimitri, not yet, not all of it, but I tell her enough. I tell her the truth of the situation, which is that I need to be married to an American citizen within the next 8 weeks or I lose everything I have built in this country. She listens without moving. Her face does not do what most people's faces do when they're surprised, which is show it. She just listens, and I can see her processing it the same way she processed the tax problem, the same way she processed the filing cabinet. Assessing. Deciding. When I finish, the room is quiet. You want to ask me to marry you, she says. Not a question. Yes. She looks at me for a moment. Then she looks at the wall, which I've come to understand is what she does when she's thinking hard about something and doesn't want her face giving information away. What are the terms? She says. I tell her those too. 15,000 up front. 15 more on completion of the USCIS interview process. Full medical coverage on my plan for her and any immediate family members she wants to add for the full duration of the arrangement. A place to live, shared but with separate rooms, lease in both names. A 12-month term, minimum. Clean exit at the end with no claims on either side. She is quiet for a moment. Then she says, that's a lot of money for someone who has 3 chairs. I look around my office. She is not wrong about the chairs. I don't need more chairs, I say. I need a wife. She looks back at me. I look back at her. The office is very still. I watch her face do something complicated, and I mean complicated in the way that real things are complicated, not performed complexity, not theater. Something moves behind her eyes that she doesn't let out, and she looks at the wall again, and her hands are flat on the desk in front of her, and I count 4 full seconds before she speaks. The medical coverage, she says. It covers family members. You said that. Yes. Immediately. From the start of the arrangement. From the day we file the paperwork. She breathes in slowly through her nose. Out again. She is looking at the wall with an expression I can't read, and then it settles into something I can not quite resignation, not quite decision. Something between them. If I say yes, she says, I'm making rules. I had expected this. I know. Real rules. Written down. Signed. I know. She looks at me. I need to think. Of course. I'll call you tonight. I stand. She stands. We are both pretending this is normal. Maybe that's fine. Maybe normal is the wrong target anyway. Bridget, I say. She looks up. Whatever you decide. I understand. She nods once. She picks up her bag. She walks out. I sit back down in the chair across from her empty desk. I look at the space where she was. The filing cabinet behind it is perfectly organized now, every label clean and straight and facing the right direction. I wait for my phone to ring. It rings at 9:17 that evening. I answer on the second ring. She says, yes. But I mean it about the rules. I know, I say. There is a pause on the line. Short and weighted. Okay then, she says, and I can hear something in her voice, not relief, exactly. Something closer to a person stepping off a ledge they've been standing at the edge of and deciding the fall is survivable. Okay, I say. She hangs up. I set the phone down on the kitchen counter of my apartment, 3 chairs, 1 table, $9,000 worth of hockey equipment in the second bedroom, and look at the wall for a moment. I have 57 days and a woman who makes rules. For the first time since Craig's conference room, something in my chest loosens. Just slightly. Just enough. Chapter 5. Bridget. Title, Rules of Engagement. Priya shows up at my apartment at 7 the next morning with 2 coffees and the face she makes when she already knows something is wrong and she's deciding how to say it. I open the door and she holds out one of the coffees and says, "Tell me everything." I tell her everything. She sits on my couch. I watch her absorb it in stages: the visa situation, the proposal, the terms, the yes I said on the phone at 9:17 while sitting on my kitchen floor with my knees pulled up and my heart doing something I refuse to name. When I finish, she doesn't say anything for a moment. She drinks her coffee. She sets it down. Okay, she says. That's it. Okay. I'm processing. She holds up a hand. You said yes to marrying a professional hockey player you've known for 4 days in exchange for $30,000 and medical coverage. And a place to live. And a place to live. She picks up her coffee again. Bridget. I know. Your mother needs surgery. I know. And the man is. She stops. Picks up her phone. Types something. Turns it to show me a photo from what looks like a team press shoot. Alexei in full gear, helmet off, the kind of photo that gets printed large and sold in sports stores. That. I'm aware of what he looks like, I say. That's not relevant. I'm just noting it. Note it quietly. She puts the phone down. Okay. So. Rules. Rules, I confirm. She pulls her legs up onto my couch and looks at me with the focused expression she gets when she's taking something seriously. Priya is, underneath the chaos, the smartest person I know. She is also the only person I trust to tell me the truth when I'm making a mistake, and she has not yet told me this is a mistake, which I'm choosing to read as a positive sign. Start talking, she says. I'll write. The contract takes 3 hours. Priya writes in a legal pad she found in my desk drawer. I pace. We go back and forth on every clause like 2 people who have watched too many procedural dramas and are doing their best. The basics come easy: separate bedrooms, separate finances, a joint cover story we both agree to and maintain. No physical contact in private. Public contact limited to what USCIS appearances require, hand-holding, a convincing posture, nothing more. No third parties, no dates, no hookups, nothing that could complicate the immigration case or leak to the press. 12-month term, minimum. Then we hit the harder ones. You need a clause about communication, Priya says. If something about the arrangement stops working, either of you can say so. Directly. Not passive-aggressive kitchen Cold War stuff. I don't do passive-aggressive. You absolutely do passive-aggressive. You do it very quietly and with excellent deniability. She writes it down anyway. Either party may raise concerns directly and without penalty. We add a clause about his schedule affecting shared living logistics. A clause about guests. A clause about how the arrangement terminates, clean, legal, both parties sign off, no drama. Then Priya sits back and chews the end of her pen and says, "What about feelings?" I stop pacing. What about them? You're going to live with this man. You're going to hold his hand at team dinners and tell his immigration officer you know what side of the bed he sleeps on. She looks at me steadily. You have a history of catching feelings for men who are bad for you and then acting like you don't until it explodes. He's not bad for me. He's a contractual arrangement. Marcus was a contractual arrangement too. Technically. In the way that your emotional well-being was the thing being contracted away. I don't say anything. She writes, no romantic or emotional entanglement between parties. She underlines it. Say it out loud, she says. So it sticks. No falling in love, I say. It comes out flat and clean and I mean it completely. She nods. She writes it down. I email him the document at noon. 4 pages, 12 clauses, formatted in a clean font because I am not sending a formal legal agreement in 11-point Comic Sans regardless of the circumstances. He emails back in 45 minutes. 1 line, I'll review tonight and sign tomorrow. 1 question, can we meet to discuss before I sign? I write back, yes. Your office, 9 a.m. He writes, fine. I stare at his one-word reply for a moment. Then I close my laptop. He is already there when I arrive at 8:58. He is reading the contract. Actually reading it, not skimming, reading, in the way that says he's gone through it at least once before this and is going through it again. He has a pen in his hand and he is not writing anything but he's holding it like he might. I sit down across from him. I fold my hands on the desk. I wait. He turns to page 4. He reads it. He turns back to page 2 and reads something a second time. Then he puts the pen down and looks up. Clause 7, he says. Public contact limited to what USCIS requires. What does that mean in practice? Hand-holding. Standing close. Normal couple body language in public spaces where we might be observed. Nothing beyond that. You've researched the interviews? Yes. He nods once. Clause 11. 12-month minimum. If the process takes longer, we reassess at 12 months. Together. In writing. He looks at me for a moment. Then he picks up the pen and signs at the bottom of page 4. No ceremony. No pause. Clean and fast, the same way he does everything. He pushes it across the desk to me. I look at his signature. Then I pick up my own pen. My hand is steady. I sign. Then he does something I don't expect. He pulls the contract back across the desk and opens to page 4 again. He writes something at the bottom, below the signature block, in his own handwriting. He pushes it back. I look at what he's written. I will learn to cook 1 meal. American. Your choice. I read it twice. The handwriting is the same as the men, no unnecessary curves, nothing wasted, but somehow it comes out looking almost careful. I sit with it for a moment. I don't know what to do with an addendum like that. It doesn't fit the contract. It doesn't fit the situation. It is entirely impractical and costs nothing and means nothing and I cannot figure out why it is sitting in my chest like a stone I'm trying not to look at directly. I fold the contract along its original creases. Carefully. Then again. Separate bedrooms, I say. Yes. You respect the rules. Yes. If something stops working, we talk about it. Directly. He looks at me steadily. I have no problem with direct. No. I've noticed that. It's the one thing about him I don't have to worry about. I put the contract in my bag. I'll need a week to sort out my current lease situation, I say. I can be moved in by next Friday. I'll clear the second bedroom, he says. The hockey equipment. A pause. Yes. I stand up. He stands up. We shake hands across the desk, and it's strange, formal and bizarre and somehow also the most honest thing I've done in months. His hand is large and warm and the shake lasts exactly 2 seconds. I pick up my bag and go. I'm home by noon. I'm on the couch trying to decide what to tell my mother, business arrangement, temporary, please don't make it a thing, when my front door opens and Jonah walks in. 16 years old, backpack half off one shoulder, headphones around his neck, and home 2 hours earlier than usual because his school runs a half day on Fridays. He drops onto the other end of the couch. He pulls out his phone. He does the thing teenagers do where they require absolutely no social warm-up. Priya told me you got a new work placement, he says, scrolling. Priya talks too much. She said it was sports management. Private client. He scrolls. Stops. Scrolls back. He sits up slightly. I watch his thumbs slow down. His eyes go wide in the specific way of someone who has just found exactly what they were looking for and cannot believe their luck. He looks at me over the top of his phone. Bridget. Don't. Your client. He turns the phone around. It's the same press photo Priya showed me. Is this him? I look at the ceiling. Jonah. He had 38 points last season. He is now sitting fully upright. His voice has gone up half an octave. He had a hat trick in the Eastern Conference game last March. He's got the best wrist shot in the league. Do you understand what I'm saying to you right now? I understand you're going to need to calm down. Bridget. He stands up. He is still holding the phone out toward me like evidence. You work for Alexei Volkov. He says the name the way religious people say certain words. With weight. With reverence. I look at him for a moment. I think about the signed contract in my bag. I think about the addendum in his handwriting at the bottom of page 4. I think about what I am going to tell my mother on the drive to her appointment tomorrow, and whether business contact is going to hold for longer than 30 seconds under Carol Calloway's particular brand of quiet, cheerful interrogation. It's complicated, I say. Jonah stares at me. How complicated? I pick up my coffee. I look at the wall. Go do your homework, I say. He makes a sound that is pure 16-year-old anguish and drops back onto the couch and goes immediately back to his phone, and I can already see him composing the text to his friends, and I know that by tonight the information will have traveled to exactly the wrong people, and I have exactly zero control over any of it. I signed the contract. I made the rules. Everything that comes next is simply what follows from that. I tell myself I'm ready for it. Chapter 6. Alexei title, What a Courthouse Feels Like. I have played in front of 19,000 people. I have taken penalty shots in overtime with the season on the line. I have been hit so hard my vision went white and I still got up and finished the shift. I have sat across from team owners who wanted to cut my contract and looked them in the eye and said no without my voice doing anything wrong. I am standing outside a Pittsburgh courthouse in a suit I bought 2 years ago for a teammate's wedding, and I cannot get my left cufflink to close. I look at it. I try again. The small clasp keeps slipping. Here. I look up. Bridget is standing 3 steps below me on the courthouse stairs, which puts us almost at eye level, which is not something I'm used to. She has a blue dress on. Dark blue, the kind of color that doesn't try to be anything else. Her hair is down, which is different from how she wears it at the office, and she has small gold earrings in, and she is looking at my cufflink with the expression she uses on filing systems and tax problems. She comes up the last steps and takes my wrist without asking. Her fingers are cool and precise and she has the cufflink closed in 4 seconds. She steps back. She looks at me. I look at her. She looks like someone should be in love with. I do not say that. The dress is good, I say. She looks at me for a beat. High praise from a man who lives in track pants. I own other clothes. 3 suits. One of them still has the tags on. I open my mouth. I close it. She is not wrong about the tags. She turns and walks up the last step toward the courthouse doors. I follow her, and I notice that she is moving with the controlled energy of someone who has decided to treat this like a work task, head up, pace steady, no extra expression on her face. It is, I realize, the same thing I do before a game. You find the version of yourself that can do the thing that needs doing and you put it on like equipment and you go. We are, apparently, the same kind of person in this particular way. I find this more steadying than I expected. There is a woman crying in the back of the courtroom when we walk in. I know this woman. Her name is Vera Minsky. She is the wife of my teammate Dmitry Minsky, not to be confused with my brother, which is a coincidence of names I have never enjoyed, and she is one of the warmest and most aggressively curious people I have ever encountered. She is sitting in the third row of the public gallery with a tissue in her hand and the expression of someone at a wedding they were explicitly not invited to. I stop walking. Bridget stops beside me. She looks at Vera. She looks at me. Is that? Yes. Did you tell her? No. Vera waves at us. She has apparently decided that waving is appropriate given the circumstances. Bridget makes a sound that is not quite a laugh. How did she know? She always knows. I start walking again. Ignore her. She's crying. She cries at insurance commercials. It's not meaningful data. Bridget presses her lips together in a way that means she is also, somewhere, finding this funny but has decided not to give me the satisfaction of showing it. The magistrate's name is Judge Patricia Osei Mensah and she is efficient and completely without sentimentality, which I mean as a compliment. She has us fill out 2 forms. She explains what we're signing. She does not make speeches about love or futures or any of the words that would make this harder than it already is. She asks if we have rings. We do. We bought them 11 days ago from a jewelry display case in a department store near the office. It took 15 minutes. Bridget pointed at 2 plain silver bands and said, "Those." I said fine. The woman behind the counter asked if we wanted them engraved and Bridget said no. At the same moment I said no, and we both looked at each other for a second and then looked away. I take the rings out of my jacket pocket now. They're in a small paper bag, not a box, because we didn't buy the box. The judge barely blinks. We go through it. The words are short and plain and I say them clearly because I say everything clearly. It is a habit from learning English as an adult, from the years of making sure every word landed correctly. Bridget says them too, in the same flat, steady voice she uses when she's handling something that requires steadiness. Then the judge tells me to put the ring on her hand. I take Bridget's left hand. It is the first time I have held her hand and I am aware of this in a way that is unhelpful. Her fingers are slim and her hand is slightly cold and she is very still while I slide the band onto her finger. It fits. We measured, standing in the kitchen 3 days ago with a piece of string and a ruler, because that is the kind of people we are. She takes my ring from the paper bag. She slides it onto my finger. She does it with the same focus she gives everything, careful, precise, like it matters that she gets it right. The judge says we're married. Vera makes a noise in the back of the room that I will not describe. I sign the certificate. Bridget signs it. The judge signs it. It is done in the time it takes to drink a cup of coffee. Outside on the courthouse steps, in the gray November morning, Bridget looks at the ring on her hand. Just for a second. Her face does the thing it does when she's thinking something she's decided not to say, that slight stillness, the eyes going inward. Then she puts her hand in her coat pocket and looks up at me. "Okay," she says. "Okay," I say. Vera comes through the doors behind us and throws her arms around Bridget, who looks startled in the way of someone who does not expect to be embraced by a woman she has never met. "I'm Vera," Vera says, muffled against Bridget's shoulder. "I'm not supposed to be here but I'm very happy I am." "I gathered," Bridget says carefully. Vera pulls back and looks at her with wet eyes and a wide smile. Then she looks at me. "She's wonderful," she tells me in Russian. "Don't be an idiot." "You weren't invited," I say, also in Russian. "I was passing by." "We're 2 miles from your apartment." I walk far. She squeezes Bridget's hands once, beams at both of us, and then walks down the courthouse steps with the satisfied air of someone who has done exactly what they came to do. Bridget watches her go. "Does she know?" she asks quietly. "About the arrangement?" "No. She came to a courthouse she wasn't invited to and cried. That is simply who she is." Bridget is quiet for a moment. I think I already like her more than most people I've known for years. I don't answer that. I start down the steps toward the street. We have a car booked. We have the rest of the day. I have practice at 3. At the bottom of the steps, I notice a man across the street. He's standing near a lamppost with his phone raised at chest height, angled toward us. He's not obvious about it, not a professional, or at least not a professional press photographer, but I have been in this league long enough to recognize what that body language means. He takes the picture before I can do anything about it. I look at Bridget beside me. She hasn't noticed. She's pulling her coat tighter against the wind, looking toward the end of the block where our car is waiting. Get in the car, I say. She looks at me. Something in my voice has shifted and she picks it up immediately because she picks everything up. She doesn't ask questions. She walks to the car. I look back at the man across the street once more. He's already walking away, phone in his pocket. I get in the car. I pull out my own phone. I go to the Pittsburgh Steel Fan blog that breaks sports news before anyone else does, the one my teammates use to track rumors. I check it. Nothing yet. I put the phone face down on the seat. 43 minutes later, it buzzes. The notification preview is 4 words, Volkov spotted at courthouse. I look out the window at the Pittsburgh streets going past. Bridget, I say. I already saw it, she says. She has her own phone in her hand, screen facing me for a second so I can see the headline. Her voice is perfectly level. Her jaw is tight. We knew this was a possibility. Yes. So we handle it. She puts the phone away. We had a small private ceremony. We've been together for some time but we kept it quiet because of your profile and my preference for privacy. She looks at me. That's the line. Simple, consistent, nothing that can be checked. I look at her. She looks back. What? You already had the line ready. I've been ready since the day we signed the contract. She turns back to the window. I told you. I make rules. Then I follow them. The car moves through the city. Outside, Pittsburgh does what Pittsburgh does in November, gray and direct and unbothered. I look at the ring on my hand. Plain silver. No engraving. My phone buzzes again. Then again. Then a third time. I turn it face down. Chapter 7. Bridget title, Cohabitation is a contact sport. His apartment has 3 chairs, 1 couch, a bed, and a kitchen table that he uses exclusively as a surface to stack mail he doesn't open. That is the complete list of furniture. The second bedroom, my bedroom now, I suppose, which is a sentence I am not ready to sit with, contains 1 drum of protein powder, 17 boxes still taped shut from his last move, and a puck with a crack in it sitting on the windowsill for reasons I do not ask about. I stand in the doorway on my first morning with 2 boxes of my own and try to remember the last time I moved somewhere new and felt okay about it. I come up empty. You can move the boxes, he says from behind me. He's in the hallway in his pre-practice gear, holding coffee, watching me look at the room. I'll clear them this weekend. I'll move them, I say. It's fine. They're heavy. I'm aware of how boxes work. He looks at me for a moment. Then he drinks his coffee and goes to the kitchen, because he understands that I am not asking for help and he is not going to argue about it. This is something I will come to appreciate about him, living in the same space. He doesn't push. He doesn't hover. He states a thing once and then leaves you to do what you're going to do with it. I grew up in houses where everything was negotiated loudly and with feeling. Where my mother's worry arrived as noise and my father's absence arrived as its own kind of noise. I have never lived with quiet before, not like this, not the quiet of someone who is simply occupied with their own life, not performing distance or punishing with silence. It takes me 3 full days to stop waiting for the noise to start. We find our rhythms the way water finds cracks, not deliberately, just inevitably, the way things do when 2 people share a space and time passes. He wakes at 5:30. I know this because I am a light sleeper and the click of his alarm comes through the wall like a signal, and then his footsteps, quiet, but he's too big to be completely silent, and then the coffee machine, and then the door at 6:10 when he goes to the rink. By the time I'm functional at 8, the apartment is his again only in that his things are in it. He's already been gone 90 minutes. The coffee he made is still half warm in the pot if I don't wait too long. The first morning I realize he left it on low heat for me. I stand at the machine for a moment and then pour my cup and do not think about it. He gets the entire middle shelf of the refrigerator, by his own unilateral decision, for his meal prep containers. They are labeled with days of the week in permanent marker. They are stacked with the precision of someone who views food primarily as fuel and has optimized the fueling process accordingly. I put my oat milk and my leftover pasta and my embarrassing amount of hot sauce on the bottom shelf and say nothing about the middle shelf, and he says nothing about the bottom, and we coexist. He uses the good towels. I use one of the good towels, once, because I packed my own towels in the box that is still under his old boxes in my room and I can't get to it, and his are right there on the rack, and they are very soft and it would be completely irrational not to use one. I use it and hang it back exactly as I found it. He doesn't say anything. But the next morning I come out of my room and there are 3 of his towels folded on the hallway table with a post-it that says, "These are for you." I bought more. I pick up the towels. I go back to my room and sit on my bed for a moment. Then I get up and get dressed and go to work and say nothing about the towels. I find his limits by accident, the way you find furniture in the dark. Night 4, I'm on a call with Priya that runs until 11:30, and I don't realize how loud I've gotten until I hear his bedroom door open and then his footsteps and then nothing. He doesn't come in, he doesn't say anything, he just stops in the hall for a moment and then goes back to his room. I lower my voice. I tell Priya I have to go. In the morning I say, "Does noise keep you up?" He's at the counter eating his labeled Tuesday container. What? At night? Last night? Were you up because of my call? He looks at me. Yes. Why didn't you say something? You would have finished faster. I stare at him. He goes back to his container. He is completely unbothered by the conversation he just didn't have with me last night, and somehow that's more irritating than if he'd knocked on the door and said something. Tell me next time, I say. Okay. I mean it. Don't just stand in the hall. He puts his fork down. He looks at me with an expression I'm still learning how to read, steady and direct and without apology. I didn't want to interrupt. You live here. So do you. He picks his fork back up. You're allowed to make calls. Not if it keeps you up. Then keep it down after 10. I didn't know the rule yet. I open my mouth. I close it. He is completely reasonable about this. I have no argument. After 10, I say. Yes, he says. We go back to breakfast. The rules settle. I start finding his small things. The mug he uses every morning, only the one, a plain dark blue one, the others stay in the cabinet. The way he reads the news on his phone in silence before he talks to anyone, and if you try to start a conversation before he's done he'll answer but there's a lag, like he's running 2 tracks at once. The single-framed photo on his dresser, I see it through his open door one morning, of a woman I don't recognize and a younger version of him in a hockey jersey I don't recognize either, standing somewhere cold, both of them squinting into bright light. His mother, I think. I don't ask. He starts finding mine too. I can tell because he stops doing them. He stops leaving the cabinet doors open after the second week, which was making me insane in a low-grade, constant way that I decided to live with. He doesn't say anything. They're just closed. He stops leaving the kitchen light on when he leaves at 6 in the morning, which was waking me up earlier than I wanted because the light gets into my room through the crack under the door. Fixed, silently, day 9. He notices things without mentioning them. He corrects them without making them into a moment. I don't know what to do with someone like that, so I file it under fine and move on. The second Wednesday, I can't sleep. This is not unusual. I have not slept well since my mother's phone call, which is going on 3 weeks now. I lie in the dark and run numbers, the surgery estimate, the current account balance, what I'll have saved by the end of the month with the triple rate, and eventually the numbers blur into something less sharp but I'm still awake and my body has decided it needs crackers. I have a box of water crackers in the kitchen cabinet, second shelf. I know this. At 2:12 in the morning I get up in my socks and my oversized sleep shirt and I go to the kitchen and I get the crackers and I take my phone and my current mystery novel, I'm 60 pages from the end and the detective has just made the wrong arrest. And I sit down on the kitchen floor with my back against the refrigerator because the refrigerator is the right temperature and the floor is the right distance from everything, and sometimes you need to be low to the ground. This is not a thing I can explain to anyone. It is simply true. I eat 3 crackers. I read 4 pages. The detective is still wrong. At 2:31 I hear his door. I go still. His footsteps cross the hall. They stop at the kitchen doorway. I look up. He is standing there in a gray t-shirt and sweatpants with his hair pushed in 3 different directions by sleep, and he is looking at me on the floor with an expression that doesn't do anything in particular. He takes in the crackers. The book. The refrigerator. He doesn't ask. He comes in. He sits down on the floor across from me, back against the lower cabinet, legs stretched out. He doesn't say anything. He doesn't reach for his phone or turn on a light or do any of the things that would make this a conversation I have to have at 2:30 in the morning. He just sits. I look at him for a moment. Then I hold out the cracker box across the space between us. He reaches across and takes one. He eats it. He looks at the wall. I look at my book. The refrigerator hums behind my back. Outside, the city is doing the low, late-night version of itself. I eat another cracker. I read another page. The detective is still wrong, and something about that is almost comforting, the idea that smart people can be wrong and the story keeps going anyway. At some point I realize I have been breathing normally for the first time in 3 weeks. I do not look at him again. I look at my book. He stays until the crackers are gone. Chapter 8. Alexei title, The First Lie We Tell Together. Jonesy finds out on a Thursday. He finds out because Jonesy finds out everything, which is his particular gift and the reason he is simultaneously the best and worst person to have on a team. His actual name is Garrett Jones. He has been my left-wing partner for 3 seasons, and he has the social radar of someone who grew up in a very small town where information was the only currency and he learned to trade early. He says nothing when he finds out. He just looks at me across the locker room with his mouth doing a thing that isn't quite a smile and isn't quite a question. I look back at him until he looks away. He picks up his gear. Team dinner, he says. Saturday. Coach's thing. Bring her. He walks out before I can answer. This is how I find out there's a team dinner on Saturday. I tell Bridget on Friday evening. We have a system now, after 2 weeks of living in the same space, a brief overlap at the end of the day where we cover anything that needs to be covered about work, about the arrangement, about logistics. We do it at the kitchen counter. It takes 10 minutes usually. We treat it like a very small meeting. Team dinner, I say. Saturday night. Coach hosts one every season. She pours her tea. She doesn't look alarmed. She never looks alarmed at the things that should alarm her and then occasionally looks alarmed at things I don't expect, like the time she opened the mail and found a parking ticket for my car from 3 months ago and looked at it the way other people look at crime scene photos. How many people, she asks. 15 players, maybe. Their families. Some staff. How many people know about us? No, we're married. All of them. The club made an announcement after the blog post. I pick up my coffee. Know the details? None of them. Good. She wraps her hands around her mug. What do they know about how we met? That we met through work. That it was private. That we didn't want press. She nods. Consistent with what we've said publicly. Good. She thinks for a moment. What do I need to know about them? I go through the roster. She listens the way she listens to everything, without taking notes, without asking me to repeat anything, filing it away in whatever system she uses for information that she will then produce back at exactly the right moment. I tell her about Jonesy and his wife Dana, about Coach Harland and his 23 years running this team, about the 2 rookies who are still performing their personalities and haven't found their actual ones yet. Vera will be there, I say. Minsky's wife. Something in her expression changes. Small. Barely there. Vera from the courthouse. Yes. Okay. She drinks her tea. That's fine. I like her. You've met her once. She came to our wedding uninvited and cried. I've been through worse introduction conditions. She sets down her mug. What time? I pick her up from the apartment at 7. We live in the same apartment. I go to the lobby and wait because I have been told, by a woman who manages my schedule with terrifying efficiency, that arriving at her bedroom door to tell her the car is ready is not a thing we're doing. She comes out of the elevator in a dark green dress, the color she insists is forest and not dark green even though it is dark green, and heels she walks in like they're not heels, and her hair is up, and she looks at me in the lobby and says, "You wore the suit with the tags off." I took the tags off. I noticed. She walks past me toward the door. Good progress. In the car she goes through it quietly. The names I gave her. The couples. The details she's logged. She does it almost to herself, under her breath, like checking a list, and I watch the city go past the window and think, she is genuinely good at this. Not good in the way that people perform good when they want something, good in the bone-deep way of someone who pays attention because it is simply how she is built. I think about how long she's been this way. Whether it started as something she chose or something the world trained into her. I don't ask. The noise when we walk into Coach Harlan's house is immediate and layered, the specific chaos of a hockey team off the ice, which is somehow louder than on it. 3 conversations happening at the same time. 2 kids running through the hallway. Dana Jones yelling something from the kitchen that gets answered by 4 people at once. Jonesy is the first one to reach us. He looks at Bridget for about half a second. Then he grins, the full, uncomplicated version, and holds out his hand. "Garrett Jones," he says. "He told me nothing about you." I'm starting to think that was deliberate. Bridget shakes his hand. "Bridget Calloway," she says. "He told me you find out everything." I'm starting to think that was a warning. Jonesy laughs out loud. He leads us into the room and I watch her work it. This is the only word for what she does. She works it not in the way of someone performing, not with the extra brightness that people use when they want to be liked, but with the quiet, genuine attention of someone who finds people interesting. She remembers that Minsky's kid is 4 and asks about preschool. She asks one of the rookies, the one from Minnesota, the nervous one, about his home city without making it sound like research. When Dana Jones talks about the road trip schedule and what it costs families, Bridget listens with the focus of someone who understands exactly what goes unspoken in that conversation. I stay close enough. Not attached, we talked about this, about calibrating the public contact to something believable rather than performed. A hand at the small of her back when someone new comes over. Standing close enough that the warmth is there. The kind of natural ease that reads as long established rather than new and careful. At dinner, the seating puts us side by side. Somewhere between the soup and the main course her leg is against mine under the table and neither of us moves away. When Jonesy makes the joke, the one about the team road trip last spring, the one I was not going to tell him she already knows about because I told her during our briefing sessions, she laughs before the punchline. Jonesy looks at her. Then at me. He says nothing. But his expression says, "She's been listening to you talk about us." I look down at my plate. She takes my hand under the table. It happens between one moment and the next, not calculated, not flagged, just her hand settling over mine the way you'd move something into the right place. Her palm is warm. Her grip is light. I do not move my hand. I keep it there for 45 minutes. I know it's 45 minutes because I am aware of every single one of them. When she laughs at something Jonasy's wife says and turns into me slightly, shoulder against my arm, that easy lean of someone who has done it 1,000 times, I look down at the top of her head and think, this is convincing. And then I think, I am not watching it from the outside anymore. I put that thought somewhere I won't look at it. Coach Harlan finds me near the end of the night. He is 61 years old and has been coaching professional hockey for 23 of them, and he has the particular quality of someone who has learned to read rooms by necessity rather than curiosity. He stops beside me near the hallway, away from the main group, and looks across the room at Bridget, who is currently making Vera laugh at something I can't hear. He doesn't say anything for a moment. Then, she seems like someone worth keeping, Volkov. I watch her across the room. She is listening to Vera now, head tilted slightly, and she has the expression she gets when someone is saying something she finds genuinely interesting rather than something she's waiting to respond to. There's a warmth in it that she doesn't usually show in the office. Like the room has given her something she wasn't expecting. Yes, I say. I mean the cover story. The arrangement. The answer that fits the question a team coach would ask when he meets a player's wife for the first time. I am aware, standing there, that I am not certain that's all I mean. Harlan nods once and goes back to his guests. In the car going home she is quiet in a way that is different from her usual quiet. Not processing quiet. Not list quiet. Something looser than that, like a person who has been performing all evening and has let the performance down now that the audience is gone. You were good tonight, I say. She looks at the window. We were good tonight. I think about that. The difference between you and we. Whether it matters. Dana likes you, I say. She doesn't like most people. You can tell because she talks to them about something real. Bridget's mouth moves. Small. She told me about the miscarriage they had last spring. During the road trip. I didn't know that. I have been Jonas's line partner for 3 seasons and I didn't know that. She says it quietly, not as information, more like she's still sitting with the weight of being trusted with something private. She's a good person, I say. Yes, Bridget says. She is. We go the rest of the way in silence. Comfortable silence, the kind we've built without deciding to. She looks at the lights on the bridges as we cross. I watch the road. My phone buzzes on the seat between us. I look down at the screen. Russian number. I know the number. I have known this number my whole life and there is a version of me, the one from St. Petersburg, the one who learned to skate on a rink that flooded in winter because there was no real ice for 3 blocks, that still flinches a little when it shows up. I press the screen face down on the seat. Everything okay? Bridget says. She has seen me do it. Yes, I say. My hands are on the wheel. I keep them there. They are steady. Mostly. Chapter 9. Bridget title, What I'm Not Supposed to Notice. The USCIS letter arrives on a Tuesday in a plain white envelope with a government logo in the top left corner that makes my stomach drop before I even open it. I open it standing at the kitchen counter because I don't see the point in sitting down to read bad news. Bad news doesn't get easier with posture. The letter is 2 pages. Formal language. Interview scheduled. 6 weeks out. Location, time, a list of documents to bring, and a paragraph about what happens if we miss the appointment that I read twice to make sure I understand all the ways this can go wrong. I put it down. I pick it back up. I read it a 3rd time. Then I take a photo of it and email it to Craig, Alexei's lawyer, with the subject line, Interview Letter, see attached. What do we need to prepare? Craig responds in 20 minutes with a document. It is 14 pages long. It is titled Sample USCIS Marriage Interview Questions, Preparation Guide, and the first line says, the goal of the interview is to determine whether your marriage is genuine. Officers are trained to identify inconsistencies. Both parties will be asked the same questions separately. Answers must match. I print all 14 pages. I make coffee. I sit down at the kitchen table and I start reading, and by page 3 I understand that the questions on this list are going to be the most invasive thing either of us has ever faced, and that we have 6 weeks to know each other well enough to pass. The problem is that I'm already not sure where well enough ends and something else begins. He comes in from practice at 11. I have the papers spread across the kitchen table in organized sections, the questions grouped by category, the document checklist on the side, Craig's notes highlighted in 3 colors because I think better when things are color-coded and I stopped being embarrassed about that years ago. He looks at the table. He looks at me. Interviews in 6 weeks, I say. I got Craig's email. He hangs up his jacket. He comes to the table and looks at the printed pages without touching them. He reads fast. I watch his eyes move. When do you want to start? Now is good. He gets coffee. He sits down across from me. He looks at the question list. Go, he says. The first 20 questions are easy. Full legal names, covered. Date of birth. Where we met. When we started the arrangement, I mean, the relationship. First date. I take his pause at first date as a cue to speak first, the day you came into the lobby with the wrong appointment. I'll say you came back the next day and asked me to dinner. Simple. He nods. Fine. First date location. Your choice. You'll remember details better than I will. That's either a compliment or an insult. It's an observation. He drinks his coffee. Pick somewhere you know. Somewhere you can describe in detail if they push. I pick a place 2 blocks from the office. Small Italian restaurant. I've been there 4 times, I know the menu, I know the corner booth has a draft and the bread comes out too fast. I describe it. He listens. He will not forget a single word of it. We move through dates and timelines. We move through the cover story of how long we were together before the wedding. We move through family details, his mother Elena, my mother Carol, Jonah, the basics. Then we hit page 4. What side of the bed does your spouse sleep on? I know this. I know this because his room is across the hall from mine and I have seen through his open door enough mornings to know that the left side of his bed is always the side that's been slept in, the pillow pushed down, the covers pulled back slightly, and the right side is always smooth. He sleeps on the left. I know that without having been told. I write it down. Describe a scar or distinguishing mark on your spouse's body. I look up from the page. He is looking at me with an expression that is completely neutral, which means he has just read the same question. Left shoulder, I say. Below the joint. Crescent shape. Something moves in his face. Not surprise exactly. More like the look of someone who has just discovered a door they thought was closed is slightly open. How do you know that? He says. The team dinner. Your sleeve pulled up when you reached across Dana for the bread. I keep my voice level. I notice things. It's not meaningful. He looks at me for a moment. Right, he says. He writes something on his own notepad. I look back at the list. What's my coffee order? Oat milk. Too much cinnamon. You don't measure it, you pour it until it looks right, which is approximately twice what most people would use. He says it like reading off a file. You always smell the cup before the first sip. You do it without noticing. I have never told him any of that. I notice things too, he says. It's not meaningful. He says my exact words back to me with his face completely straight, and I look at the table for a moment to make sure my expression isn't doing anything I'll regret. Next question, I say. We go for 4 hours. This is not what I planned. I planned 90 minutes. I planned a quiz, efficient, practical, cover the material, check the box. What I did not plan for is that the questions on page 7 require us to know each other's family history well enough to answer detailed follow-ups, and that you cannot bluff family history without actually talking about it, and that talking about it turns out to be a thing that neither of us knows how to do halfway. He tells me about St. Petersburg in the way he tells me most things, short sentences, no decoration, like he's reporting rather than remembering. His father left when he was 9. His mother worked 2 jobs and still came to every game. Dmitry, his older brother, 10 years older, already a man when Alexei was still learning the rink, was the one who got him into hockey. Got him the gear. Got him the training time. Got him the agent at 16 when it became clear what Alexei was going to be. He was the reason I made it, he says. He says it like it's, this is my job, apparently, in the loose division of household tasks we've arrived at without a meeting. He cooks the protein containers and takes care of the dishwasher because he runs it like a logic problem. I take out the recycling and wipe down the counters and deal with the mail because he will stack mail for geological time periods without opening it and I cannot watch that happen. I take the recycling bag to the bin in the hallway outside the apartment. I drop it in. I come back. His phone is on the kitchen counter. He left it there when he went to shower. I can hear the water running from down the hall. It's unlocked, the screen still lit, and I'm not looking at it, I'm walking past it, except that the screen is facing up and the notification is right there and it is in Russian and I cannot read Russian. But I can read the number. The Russian number. The one he pressed face down in the car after the team dinner. The one I've seen him not answer twice now. The screen is still lit. There is a preview of a message below the number, and the translation app on my phone, the one I downloaded 2 weeks ago because living with someone who occasionally mutters in Russian when he reads bad news seemed like practical preparation, translates previews if I hold my phone over them. I do not hold my phone over his. I stand there for 3 full seconds. Then I pick up my phone. I hold it over his. The translation comes back imperfect, the way they always do, but clear enough. I know what you did. Come home, Alyosha. Or I tell them. I put my phone down. I look at his phone. The water is still running down the hall. I walk to the kitchen counter. I take out the coffee mugs, his dark blue one, my plain white one, and I put them both under the machine and I set it going and I stand there watching the coffee come out and I think about the word Alyosha, which is what Russians call someone named Alexei when they know them well enough. When they have that kind of claim. I think about come home. I think about I tell them. He comes down the hall 10 minutes later, hair still damp, and stops at the kitchen doorway. He looks at the counter. His coffee is waiting. So is mine. I'm standing with my back to him, looking out the window. Thank you, he says. I say. I turn around. I hand him his mug. I look at his face, which is doing the careful thing, the set jaw, the controlled neutral, and I think, he already knows the message is there. He checked his phone in the bedroom and he knows I was in the kitchen and he is now deciding what to do with both of those facts. I give him the same door I gave him 2 days ago at the kitchen table. When you're ready, I say. Quiet. Not a push. He wraps his hands around the mug. He looks at me for a long moment. Tonight, he says. I'll tell you tonight. Chapter 10. Alexei title, My Brother's Keeper. The first thing Dmitri ever gave me was a pair of skates. I was 7. They were second-hand, one size too big, and he had saved 3 months of his own money to buy them because my mother couldn't and my father was already gone. He laced them up himself, standing in the cold outside the rink, and his hands were steady even though the wind was coming off the Neva hard enough to make your eyes water. He said, skate like you mean it or don't skate at all. I have been thinking about those skates for 3 days. I don't know why I'm still surprised when people you love turn out to be more complicated than the best thing they ever did for you. I have known this particular lesson long enough that it shouldn't still land like something new. And yet. I sit across from Bridget at the kitchen table. She has her hands wrapped around her mug. She is looking at me with the expression she uses when she has decided to wait as long as it takes, which I have come to understand is both her greatest strength and the thing that makes me want to say more than I plan to. I say more than I plan to. He was my agent from the time I was 18, I say. He knew the game. Knew the business. He negotiated my first real contract when I was 21 and he got me more than anyone thought I was worth at that age. But, she says. But he also took 15% of everything. Then 18. Then 20, when I moved up. I set down my mug. The standard rate is 3 to 5. He told me the extra was for costs. Administration. Travel. The things he did that other agents didn't do for their players. I look at the table. I believed him. For 3 years I believed him. How did you find out? New accountant. The team connected me with someone after my second contract renewal. She asked about the management fee structure in the first meeting and I told her and she was quiet for a moment and then she asked me to send her the last 3 years of agreements. I pick up my mug again, put it down. She called me back in 4 days. She was very calm about it. Very professional. She told me what the numbers should have been and what they were. Bridget doesn't say anything. He took just under $400,000 over 3 years, I say. Not in one piece. A little at a time, in fees and expenses that were real enough to look right until someone looked closely. I stop. Someone who wasn't his brother. The kitchen is quiet. Outside, Pittsburgh is doing its evening thing, the low hum of it, the lights on the river, the sound of the city existing without reference to anything happening in this apartment. I fired him, I say. I should have reported it. I know that. But he is my brother and my mother is in St. Petersburg and I thought that taking the money back quietly was better than destroying the family. I look at the window. I was wrong. He took the quiet as permission. He's the one who reported you to immigration, she says. It's not a question. She has been listening to me for 20 minutes and she has already built the whole structure from the pieces I've given her. Yes, I say. He knew about the visa error. He had access to all my documentation until 18 months ago when I changed everything after the accountant. I turn my coffee cup in my hands. He saw the restructured contract when it was filed. He would have known immediately it was wrong. He waited. He waited until you'd built enough here that losing it would actually hurt. She says it flatly. Not cruel, just accurate, the way she is about everything. Yes, I say. She looks at the table for a moment. Then she looks back at me. So your brother is the villain? Yes. Okay. She says it the way she says everything, without decoration, without performance. Just the word, meaning what it means. Then, what do we do? I look at her. She is sitting across from me in her kitchen clothes, the dark green sweatshirt she wears when she's not going anywhere, her hair down, and she has just heard everything I've said, including the parts that don't reflect well on me, and the word she used was we. Not what do you do. Not what's your plan. We. I file that away in the place where I'm keeping all the things I am not ready to examine. Craig thinks the interview is the key, I say. If we pass that, the tip becomes difficult to act on. There's no fraud if the marriage holds up under examination. Then we make it hold up. There's something else. I look at her steadily. They want a home visit. Before the formal interview. She takes this in. She doesn't react outwardly, which I expect, but I see the small adjustment, the way she shifts slightly, the way her hands tighten once on her mug and then release. When, she says. Craig will confirm. Soon. 2 weeks, maybe less. She nods slowly. She is already thinking through it. I can see it in her face, the same way she looked at the filing cabinet that first day, the way she looks at every problem she has decided to solve. Assessing. Planning. Sorting it into what can be managed and what needs to be built from scratch. We'll need photos, she says. Real ones, or ones that look real. A shared life visible in the apartment. She pauses. His and hers things. Toothbrushes. Towels. Proof that 2 people actually live there instead of 1 person and someone who has a separate room with a protein powder drum in it. The protein powder is gone, I say. I know. I moved it to the hall closet last week. I look at her. She looks back without apology. It was taking up room. I don't say anything. She pulls her notepad across the table, she always has a notepad, always, as though she came into the world pre-equipped, and starts writing. I watch her build the list in her small, exact handwriting. Photos. Toiletries. Visible evidence of shared living. She writes it all down with the careful focus of someone who treats the thing in front of them as the only thing that matters until it's done. She is the most organized person I have ever encountered, and I grew up with a mother who color-coded the grocery list. My phone is on the counter behind her. I can see the screen from here. Dimitri's message has been sitting there unread. I read it in my room but left it unanswered, which I know he is clocking, and I have been deciding all evening what to do with it. Come home, Alyosha. Or I tell them. He still calls me Alyosha. Even now. Even in a threatening text message, he uses the name he used when I was 7 years old and he was lacing my second-hand skates in the cold. I don't know if that makes it better or worse. I have decided it makes it worse. Alexei, Bridget says. I look at her. We're going to be fine, she says. She says it simply, without flinching, the way she says things she actually believes. I look at her for a moment. I think about how she has been in my life for less than 2 months and somehow the word "we" coming from her is the most stable feeling thing I've heard in weeks. Yes, I say. She goes back to her list. I go back to my coffee. My phone buzzes on the counter. We both look at it. Russian number. I reach over. I turn it face down without answering. Bridget watches me do it. You don't have to explain, she says. I know. But I think you should call Craig tonight. I know that too. She tears the list off the notepad and puts it on the table between us. Neat columns. Organized by room. Her handwriting is the same as everything else about her, precise and without wasted space. I'll start on this tomorrow, she says. Then, from somewhere across the apartment, her phone rings. She picks it up, checks the screen, and something in her face does a quick thing, there and gone, too fast to name, before she presses decline and puts it face down. She goes back to the list. I don't ask. We are, apparently, both keeping our screens face down tonight. In the morning I will call Craig. In the morning the home visit will be 1 day closer and Dimitri's message will still be there and the interview will be 5 weeks out and all of it will be real and present and requiring action. But right now we are sitting at the kitchen table with a list between us and the city outside the window and the quiet that has become, without either of us deciding it, the most comfortable thing in both our days. I think about those skates. I put the thought down. I call Craig at 9. He answers on the second ring, which means he was expecting it. He contacted you again, Craig says, before I say anything. Yes. What did he say? I tell him. Exact words. Craig is quiet for a moment on the other end and I can hear him thinking, the particular silence of a lawyer rearranging a problem. This is escalation, Craig says. He's getting nervous. Which means he has less than he's pretending. Or he's done waiting. Both can be true. A pause. Alexei, I need to tell you something. I got a call today from USCIS. I put my hand flat on the counter. They've received information, Craig says. His voice is careful in the way it gets when the news is bad and fixable, which is different from how it sounds when the news is bad and not fixable. I am listening for the difference. Suggesting your marriage may not be genuine. They want to schedule a home visit. When? They'd like to arrange it at your earliest convenience. Those were the words. What does that mean in terms of timeline? It means soon. It means they've been given enough to act but not enough to conclude. It means the home visit is their way of deciding which direction to go. He pauses. I want to be honest with you. If the home visit raises concerns, it will affect the formal interview significantly. I look at the hallway. Bridget's light is on under her door. She went to bed an hour ago with her notepad and her list. We'll be ready, I say. Craig doesn't ask me to explain what we means. He just says, then be ready. The call comes the next morning. I am in the kitchen. Bridget is in the kitchen. We are doing the thing we do at 8:15 on weekdays, coffee, overlap, brief, the small domestic choreography of two people sharing a counter. My phone rings. The number is local. Official. I answer. The voice is measured and professional and entirely without warmth. Mr. Volkov, this is Officer Chen from the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services. A pause that is exactly 1 second long, the kind of pause that has been practiced. We've received information suggesting your marriage may be fraudulent in nature. We'd like to arrange a home visit at your earliest convenience to discuss the matter. I look at Bridget across the counter. She is holding her coffee mug with both hands and looking at me with complete stillness, not afraid, not panicking, just waiting. Her eyes ask the question she won't say out loud. Of course, I say into the phone. We're happy to cooperate fully. I keep my voice the same as it always is. Clean. No variation. 6 years of playing professional hockey in front of crowds that wanted me to crack has made me very good at keeping my voice the same. Officer Chen gives me a date. 8 days from now. 8 in the morning. We'll be there, I say. I hang up. The kitchen is quiet. Bridget sets down her mug. 8 days, she says. It's not a question, she was watching my face. Yes. She picks up her notepad from the counter. She looks at yesterday's list. She draws a line through the first item, which is photos, because she started on that last night before she went to bed. I heard the printer running. Okay, she says. Then we have 8 days. She looks up at me. I look back at her. Neither of us says the thing we are both thinking, which is that 8 days is not a lot of time to convince a federal officer that two people who met 6 weeks ago are genuinely in love. We don't say it because saying it doesn't help. Instead she picks up her pen and starts on the second item on the list, and I refill my coffee, and we go to work. Chapter 11. Bridget title, Making It Look Real. The first thing I do is move my shampoo. This sounds small. It is not small. My shampoo and conditioner and the 4 other things I keep on the second shelf of the bathroom are the only items in this apartment that are mine in a visible, physical way. Moving them to his bathroom, the main bathroom, the one that gets looked at, is the first real act of staging, and staging is the first real act of pretending, and pretending is the thing I have been carefully not doing for 6 weeks because pretending is how you lose track of the line. I move the shampoo. I stand in his bathroom and put my things on the left side of the vanity, which is the side I would use if this were real, which is the side he leaves empty because he uses the right side without thinking about it, the way you always use the side that was yours before anyone else arrived. I stand there and look at the 2 sets of things side by side on the white vanity. It looks right. That's the problem. It looks completely, entirely right, and I am not ready for how much I have to think about that. The photos are harder. I print 12 from my phone, team dinner, a street shot from the day we walked to get the rings, one from the courthouse that Vera took on her phone and sent to me that night with approximately 19 heart emojis. They're real enough. But the courthouse photo is formal and the team dinner ones are clearly a group event, and what an immigration officer will be looking for are the small, ordinary ones. The kind you take when you're not performing. The kind you take of someone you actually live with. I wait until he's asleep. He falls asleep on the couch on Wednesday nights during the game rerun he watches, always the same Wednesday rerun, always the same position, one arm up over the back cushion, legs stretched across the coffee table, head dropped slightly to the left. He is asleep within 20 minutes every time. I think he doesn't even know he does it. I take my phone off the charger. I go to the living room doorway. He is asleep. The game is on low. The lamp is on and the light is the warm kind and he looks, in this particular moment, the way he never looks when he's awake, unguarded. Like a person instead of a performance of one. I take a photo. It comes out well. Better than well. It comes out as something I would actually want to have, which is a thought I put away immediately. I take 3 more while I'm at it, his coffee mug on the counter in the morning light, our 2 coats on the hook by the door which are there together every day and look exactly like what they aren't, the blanket from the couch that has migrated to my spot on the kitchen floor and back again so many times it stopped belonging to either location. Then I hear him shift on the couch. I freeze. He opens his eyes. He squints at me across the room. He looks at my phone. He looks at my face. Instagram, I say. He blinks. I don't have Instagram. No, I say. But your wife does. Something happens in his expression. It moves through several things quickly, confusion, then recognition, then something else that I cannot name and that lasts exactly 1 second before he puts his face back to neutral. I turn and go to the refrigerator. I open it and look inside it and see nothing that I actually want. The light is cold and practical and I stand in it for a moment and let it be cold and practical and think about absolutely nothing. Were the photos good? He says behind me. They'll work, I say. I close the refrigerator. I go to my room. I look at the photos on my phone before I print them. I look at the one of him on the couch for a moment too long. Then I plug in the printer. Over the next 6 days we build a life in reverse. Not a fake life, that's the thing I keep coming back to. Nothing we're adding to the apartment is invented. His hoodie on my chair is real because I borrowed it on a cold night 2 weeks ago and never gave it back and it's been there since. The book on his nightstand, a mystery novel he started because he saw me reading one and asked what it was about, is real. The shopping list on the refrigerator with both our handwriting on it is real. The second coffee mug on his side of the machine is real. We are not building fiction. We are surfacing evidence of something that already exists. That distinction is doing a lot of work in my head and I am not examining it. We put a nightstand on my side of the bed. He does it one afternoon without discussion, comes out of the hardware store with a flat pack box and builds it on the bedroom floor in 40 minutes while I organize the documents for the visit, and at the end of it he puts it in place and we both look at the bedroom with its 2 nightstands and its 2 sets of things and neither of us says anything. He puts his phone charger on his side. I put a book and a glass of water on mine. Done. We make dinner that night and the food is ordinary and the conversation is ordinary and neither of us mentions the bedroom, and by the time I'm washing up I've almost talked myself into believing that the tightness in my chest is just the home visit stress and not the nightstand and not the photo on my phone and not the 6 weeks of small accumulated things that I have been telling myself are not meaningful data. The night before the visit I can't sleep. This is not a surprise. What is a surprise is that at 11:40 I come out to the kitchen for crackers and the light in the living room is already on, low, and he is already on the couch. TV on. Blanket over his legs. Not asleep. I stop in the hallway. He looks at me. Crackers, he says. Crackers, I confirm. I get them. I come and sit on the other end of the couch. Not close. There is space between us, enough space to be clear about what this is, two people who cannot sleep the night before a federal officer comes to decide whether their arrangement is real. I pull my knees up and hold the cracker box and we both look at the TV, which is showing a nature documentary about the Arctic on low volume. The apartment is so quiet I can hear the heating. She's going to be good, he says. He means the officer. They always are. I know. We've been living here for 6 weeks. We know each other. I know. Then. I know, Alexei. I look at him sideways. I'm not scared of the interview. I'm scared of, I stop. He waits. I look at the television. A polar bear is walking across ice that is very white and very flat and entirely unsentimental. I'm scared of how easy it's been to do this, I say. Building a life. Filling in the details. It started as preparation and at some point I stopped being able to feel where the preparation ends. He is quiet. That was a lot of words, I say. No, he says. It wasn't enough. I look at him. He is looking at the television too. His jaw is set and he has his coffee cup between his hands, empty. It's been empty for an hour probably. He just holds it, and he looks like a man who is deciding whether to say the thing he's actually thinking. We could tell the truth, I say. It comes out quieter than I mean it to. We don't have to lie about how it started. We started as a transaction. That's true. I pause. But that doesn't mean we can't end somewhere different. The room is still. What does that mean, he says. He says it carefully. Not pushing, the way I don't push. Just leaving the door open, the way I leave it for him. I look at the polar bear on the screen. It has found a patch of open water and is looking into it with the focused patience of something that understands how to wait. I don't know yet, I say. He doesn't say anything. Neither do I. The documentary plays. The heating hums. At some point the cracker box is empty and I don't know when that happened. At 12:40 he says, "You should sleep." So should you. I will. Neither of us moves. At 1:15 I fall asleep on my end of the couch. I know this because when I wake at 6:47, the TV is off and there is a blanket over me that was not there when I sat down, and the other end of the couch is empty and neatly arranged, and through the wall I can hear the shower running. I lie there for a moment. I look at the ceiling. I think about the nightstand. The photos. The shampoo on the left side of the vanity. All the things we built in 6 days that were somehow already there. Then I get up. I fold the blanket. I go to put the coffee on. At 7:58, a knock at the apartment door. I look at Alexei. He looks at me. "Ready," he says. I straighten my shirt. I push my hair back. I look at the apartment, the 2 coats on the hook, the 2 mugs on the counter, the life arranged around 2 people who started as a transaction and have been failing, quietly and consistently, to stay that way. "Yes," I say. He opens the door. The woman on the other side is small, neat, with reading glasses pushed up on her head and a leather folio in one hand and the particular expression of someone who is very good at her job and has no interest in being underestimated. She looks at both of us. She looks at the apartment. "Mr. and Mrs. Volkov," she says. "I'm Officer Chen. Thank you for having me." She steps inside. And the whole thing, the 6 weeks, the contract, the cracker box, the nightstand, the blanket I woke up under, comes down to the next hour and whether we are what we look like. I think about what I said last night. We didn't start as love. That doesn't mean we can't end there. I look, Officer Chen writes something. Small note, quick. She looks at the counter. The 2 mugs. The shopping list on the refrigerator. The hook by the door with both our coats. She looks at the bookshelf Bridget built in the living room. Built is the wrong word, she organized. She turned 12 stacked books and a library bag into an actual shelf situation using the bracket I put up 2 weeks ago, the one at exactly the height she needed without her asking for a specific height because I had looked at the books and done the calculation myself. I did not tell her I measured for her books. I just put it up. Officer Chen sees the shelf. She sees the books. She sees, on the small table beside the couch, a book open face down with a bookmark sticking out of it. The bookmark has Bridget's name printed on it, a gift from her friend Priya. I know, because I have heard the story about the gift shop and the misspelling on the first order. I know that too. I was not practicing when I learned it. I just listened. I'll start with you, Mrs. Volkov, Officer Chen says. She looks at Bridget. If your husband doesn't mind waiting in the other room. I wait in the bedroom. I sit on the edge of the bed, my side, which is the left side, which I have slept on since I was old enough to have preferences about sleeping, and I look at the 2 nightstands. Mine has the phone charger and a glass of water and a book I started 2 weeks ago that I have been getting further into than I planned because it turns out I have been missing reading and did not know it. Bridget's has a glass of water, her current mystery novel, a small tube of hand cream, and a single earring she left there 3 days ago and hasn't moved because she said she'd find the other one eventually and she's been right about most things so I didn't touch it. I look at the earring. I think about how I know it's hers without looking at it. I think about how I know what side she puts her shoes under her bed and that she sets 3 alarms and ignores the first 2 and that she makes a small sound of annoyance at her phone when the news is bad that is different from the sound she makes when the news is inconvenient. I think about how I learned all of this without trying, the way you learn a rink, not by studying it, just by skating it enough times that it becomes part of how you move. I hear Officer Chen's voice through the wall. Low and unhurried. I cannot make out words. I wait. Your turn, Bridget says. She appears in the doorway. She looks composed, which could mean the questions were easy or could mean she is very good at looking composed. With her, both are always possible. She looks at me with an expression I've learned to read, the one that means I'm fine and I'll tell you everything after but right now I need you to go do the thing. I get up. I go. Officer Chen is at the kitchen table with her folio. She has refilled her own water glass from the jug on the counter. Bridget keeps a jug of water on the counter because she thinks drinking from bottles is wasteful and she fills it every morning. Officer Chen helping herself to it is either a good sign or a test and I have decided not to determine which. I sit down. She smiles. Thank you for your patience. Of course. She opens to a clean page in her folio. She clicks her pen. She asks me where I was born. She asks when I came to the United States. She asks about the steel, how long I've been with the team, how I met Bridget. I answer. Clean, consistent, exactly what we've rehearsed and exactly what is true, because the truth and the rehearsed version are the same version and that is how we built it. Then she shifts. What does your wife take in her coffee, she says. Oat milk, I say. More cinnamon than most people would use. She pours it until it looks right to her. She smells it before the first sip. Every time. Officer Chen writes. How long did it take you to notice that? The cinnamon. 2 days. The smelling the cup, about a week. You pay attention. I pay attention to things that are worth paying attention to. She looks at me over her folio for a moment. Then she looks down and writes something. What side of the bed does she sleep on? Right. How do you know? Because I sleep on the left. Because every morning her side is the only one that's been slept in when I come back from the rink, and the pillow is always pushed to the edge of the mattress because she sleeps close to the side and stacks her extra pillow on top of the first one, and the top cover is always pulled back in a specific way, folded, not pushed, because she folds things. I stop. She folds things even when she's tired. Officer Chen writes. I cannot tell anything from her face. Her mother's name, she says. Carol. She's in Pittsburgh, recovering from cardiac surgery. It went well. Bridget drove her to the post-op appointments in October. Has she met you? Yes. Does she know about the nature of your arrangement? I look at her steadily. My mother-in-law knows that Bridget and I got married quickly and privately and that we're building something together. I pause. That's the whole truth of it. Officer Chen looks at me. I look back. I have been looked at by people trying to find something for a long time, coaches, opponents, journalists, my brother, and I know how to hold a look without giving anything away. What I am giving away right now, without meaning to, is something I did not expect. I am not performing. That is the thing. I am just answering questions about my wife. Her favorite color, Officer Chen says. She calls it forest, I say. It's dark green. She's wrong about the name, but she believes it very firmly. Officer Chen stops writing. She looks up at me. And for the first time since she sat down, something in her face does a thing that is not professional neutrality. It is quick, half a second, and then it's gone, and she is back to the folio. She asks me 14 more questions. I answer all of them. Officer Chen closes her folio at 10:47. She thanks us both. She tells us we will receive correspondence within 2 weeks regarding the status of the home visit and how it relates to the upcoming formal interview. She says it in the measured language of someone who has been trained not to give anything away, and her face, the entire time she is saying it, gives away absolutely nothing. She picks up her folio. She picks up her bag. She looks at the apartment one last time, the coats, the shelf, the coffee machine, the 2 mugs, and then she looks at us, standing side by side in the kitchen, and she nods once. Thank you for your time, she says. She goes. The door closes. The apartment is very quiet. I look at it. At all of it, everything we built in 6 days that was already there, at the space we have been sharing for 6 weeks, at the life that assembled itself around us while we were both looking at something else. I look at Bridget. She is still facing the door. Her arms are at her sides and her hands are flat against her thighs, and I can see, from this angle, that she is breathing carefully, the way she breathes when she is holding something together and not letting it be visible. I don't think about the rules. I don't think about the contract or the clauses or the line I've been keeping track of for 6 weeks. I don't think about any of it. I just step forward and put my arms around her. She makes a sound, small, involuntary, the kind that escapes before you can stop it, and then both her hands are in my shirt and she is holding on with the grip of someone who has been holding themselves together for a very long time and is done with it for exactly this moment. I hold her. She holds my shirt. Neither of us says anything. Outside, Pittsburgh does its mid-morning thing. The heating hums. Somewhere down the hall the elevator opens and closes. The world moves at its normal pace and we stand still in the middle of it, and I think, this is the most honest thing I've done in years. I don't know how long it lasts. Long enough. She loosens her grip first. She doesn't step back immediately, she just releases the shirt, smooths it with her palm in a gesture that is so specifically her that something in my chest does what it has been doing for weeks now, which is the thing I have been deciding not to name. She steps back. She looks at the wall. We were good, she says. Her voice is level. She has put the composure back on. I watch her do it, the small adjustment of the shoulders, the breath, and I think about how much work she does that nobody sees. Yes, I say. Now we wait. 2 weeks. She nods. She goes to the counter. She starts washing the mugs that Officer Chen used, because that is what she does when she needs to put her hands to something. I watch her run the water. I think about everything I just said in that kitchen. About cinnamon and the way she folds things and a color she calls forest that is dark green. I think about the way I said it. Not like rehearsal. I think about the line I've been tracking for 6 weeks. I think about whether it's still where I left it. I don't go check. Chapter 13. Bridget title, The Gala Problem. Vera lends me earrings the afternoon of the gala and spends 20 minutes telling me about her own first steel event, which involved a spilled drink, a misunderstood Russian idiom, and a teammate's wife who still hasn't forgiven her for something Vera insists was a compliment. I listen, and I laugh, and I let her fix my hair in the way she does things, with complete conviction and no warning, and I think, she was right about the earrings. They're gold, small, the kind that catch light without trying. I look at myself in the bathroom mirror of Vera and Dmitry Minsky's apartment. She insisted on getting ready together, which I've learned means she talks and I listen and we both end up better for it, and I think about the last time I went to something like this. An event. With someone. With Marcus. I think about how I used to check my dress twice before we walked into rooms together. How I'd learned to read his expression from 3 feet away to know whether I was getting something wrong. I stopped thinking about it. You look like someone who is thinking too hard, Vera says. She is behind me in the mirror, putting in her own earrings. Stop. I'm not. You have the forehead line. She points at me in the mirror. Alexei gets it too. You're matching. I don't know what to do with the idea that I've developed a forehead line in common with my contractual husband, so I put on my lipstick and call it done. The dress is dark green. Of course it is. I found it at a consignment shop 2 blocks from the office, marked down twice, and it fits like it was made for me, which almost never happens, and it was the price of a grocery run, and when I put it on in the fitting room and looked in the mirror I thought, forest green. Not dark green. I know. I know it's dark green. I have known it's technically dark green my entire life and I continue to believe it is forest green in the same way I continue to eat crackers on the kitchen floor at 2 in the morning. Some things you just hold on to. Alexei is waiting in the lobby of the building when Vera's husband's car drops us off. He is in the good suit, the one without the tags, and he looks up when we come through the door and his eyes go to me and then go very carefully neutral. I look at him. He looks at me. The dress is forest green, I say. Something at the corner of his mouth moves. It's dark green. I've been wearing it for 2 hours and I'm telling you it's forest green. Being the one wearing it doesn't change the color. Vera looks between us with an expression of intense personal satisfaction. Her husband, Minsky, who is enormous and soft-spoken and devoted to Vera in the way of someone who married up and knows it, puts his hand on her back and steers her toward the elevator before she can say whatever she is about to say. Alexei offers me his arm. I take it. The Steele's annual charity gala is the kind of event that requires a full city block of venue and a valet operation and a room of people who all know each other just well enough to be interesting and not well enough to say anything honest. It is loud in the way of money and it smells like flowers and wine and the specific cologne that men wear when they want to be taken seriously. I have been to events like this before. I know how to be in a room like this. You find 2 or 3 people who are actually interested in talking rather than being seen talking and you stay near them and you work outward from there. You learn 3 things about every person you meet and you use one of them when you circle back. You keep your glass at a consistent level so it doesn't look like you need it and you keep your back to the wall near the exit route so you always have a line out. Marcus taught me some of these things. I hate that I still use them. I hate that the habits he built in me are sometimes just practical enough to be useful. I find Jonesy and Dana within 4 minutes and they are exactly what I need, familiar faces, no performance required, Dana already telling me about a road trip incident from last week that involves a lost equipment bag in a regional airport in Ohio. I laugh at the right places. I'm not performing the laugh. Alexei stays close without hovering. We've gotten good at this, the proximity, the calibrated contact. Hand at the small of my back when someone new comes over. The lean I do without thinking when he's talking to someone, because it reads as natural and because I stopped noticing when it became natural. We are 40 minutes into the evening when I see him. I see Marcus before he sees me, which is the best possible order. It gives me 3 seconds to locate my own heartbeat and make sure it's doing something normal rather than the specific thing it used to do in his vicinity, which was not normal in any useful direction. He looks good. He always looked good. That was never the problem with Marcus. The problem with Marcus was everything that the looking good covered. He is across the room with 2 men I recognize as Steele players from the second line, his clients, apparently, which means he was invited legitimately and is not here because of me, which is a small structural mercy. He hasn't seen me yet. He is laughing at something one of them said with the particular laugh of a man who is always performing being relaxed. I used to think that laugh was charm. I know better now. Bridget. Alexei's voice. Low. He's looking in the same direction. He has seen Marcus. I know because of the jaw. The jaw is doing the thing it does when he has assessed a situation and arrived at a feeling he is deciding how to handle. I take his hand. I do it quickly, before he can do anything with the jaw feeling, and I turn us toward the bar and I walk and he comes with me and I do not explain. He lets me lead. He doesn't ask. At the bar I order wine I don't want and he orders nothing, and I stand with my back to Marcus's side of the room and I say, quietly, looking straight ahead, he's a former client of mine. It's old and it's handled and I need you to leave it alone. Long pause. Did he hurt you? Alexei says. It is word for word the question I am not ready for, said in the quiet, direct way he says everything, and I grip my wine glass and I say, not tonight. We'll talk about it later. Right now I need tonight to be fine. Another pause. Okay, he says. He doesn't look toward Marcus again. He turns to the bar and orders water and he puts himself beside me, slightly in front, which is not a thing I asked for and is not a thing I will address right now because the evening needs to be fine. The dancing starts at 9. It's the kind of event where dancing means a fundraiser waltz in the middle of the room while a live quartet plays something slow and earnest. It is genuinely dorky and everyone does it anyway because the ticket price includes it and because there are cameras and because the Steele's PR manager, a woman named Jess who I've come to like and fear in equal measure, made it very clear before the event that a photo of the married players dancing was going on the charity website whether they liked it or not. Alexei holds out his hand. We should. We should, I agree. He is not a bad dancer. I did not expect him to be a bad dancer, a man who can control his body at that precise level, at speed, in skates, on ice, is not going to fall apart in a slow waltz, but I was not expecting to feel the particular thing I feel when his hand settles at my waist and mine goes to his shoulder and we find the rhythm of it. For the first 30 seconds it is effort. Counting. Conscious foot placement. Then it isn't. Then it's just movement and the music and his hand warm at my waist and 3 feet between us that close to 2 feet and then to whatever this is, which is close enough that I can see the line of his jaw and the way he's looking just past my shoulder rather than at me, which means he is doing the same thing I am, which is working very hard not to look directly at whatever this is. He says something low. I feel it more than hear it. What? I say. I said you're better at this than I expected. I look at him. I look at his expression, which is careful in a very specific way that I have learned means the careful is doing work, covering something. I know you're lying, I say. About what you said. He holds my gaze for one moment. His hand at my waist shifts, barely, just a fraction, and he turns us slightly and doesn't answer. I let it go. I look over his shoulder at the room. I watch it from the safety of the dance floor, where no one approaches because the dancing is its own bubble. I watch Vera and Minsky near the far wall, Vera talking with her hands and Minsky watching her with the expression of someone who has never not been entertained by her. I watch Coach Harland and his wife, who have been together long enough that they stand close without touching, the way old trees grow toward the same light without thinking about it. I watch Marcus on the far side of the room. He has found me. I can tell because he is positioned now so that his eye line can catch mine without obviously seeking it, which is a thing he does, a thing he has always done, making contact look passive. Making you come to the conclusion that his attention was accidental. I look away from him. I look at Alexei's shoulder. The song ends. We separate with the exact right amount of natural ease and it costs me something I don't name. I find the balcony at 9:45 because I need cold air and a minute without performance. The city below is doing its night version of itself, the bridges lit up, the river black, the kind of winter cold that comes straight at you without asking permission. I lean on the railing and breathe it in and let the music from inside go muffled and distant and I stay there for 3 full minutes being nobody's wife and nobody's anything. Bridget. I don't turn around. Marcus comes to stand beside me at the railing. He has the ease of someone who has rehearsed this, the casual lean, the glass held just so. Congratulations, he says. On the marriage. I meant to say earlier. You said it in a text. In person is better. I look at the river. What do you want, Marcus? He laughs. It's the one that's supposed to make you feel like you're being uptight. I have immunized myself against it over 2 years but it still crawls a little along my skin. I don't want anything. I was surprised. I heard you got married. Volkov, I didn't see that coming. Nobody asked you to see it coming. He doesn't seem like your type. I look at him now. I make myself do it, look at him clearly and see what's there, which is a handsome man who learned very early that confidence was the thing that moved the world and has been moving it that way ever since. moving it, and the people in it. No, I say. He doesn't. Marcus tilts his head. Waiting for the rest. That's sort of the point, I say. He looks at me for a moment. Something moves in his face, not hurt. Marcus doesn't do hurt, but something adjacent to it. Recalibration. I push off the railing. Excuse me, I say. I go back inside. Alexei is not where I left him. I find him in 40 seconds, because he is 6'3" and easy to locate in a room, and because of the jaw. The jaw is doing the active version of the thing now, the one that comes with a particular quality of stillness in the rest of his face that I have come to understand means he has found a situation and is managing the outside of himself very carefully. He and Marcus are standing 6 feet apart near the edge of the room. They are not arguing. Their voices are low and their postures are controlled, and to anyone else in the room it looks like two people who know each other's names having a brief, polite exchange at a charity event. To me it looks like two people who could destroy each other in different ways having a conversation where they are both deciding whether to. I walk across the room. I step between them, not around, between, and I put my back to Marcus and my face to Alexei, and his eyes come down to mine and the jaw is still doing the thing but his eyes are different. There you are, I say. My voice comes out steady. Coach Harland was looking for you. He looks at me for one moment. Then his hand comes to my back. Not the calibrated hand. Not the public performance hand. His whole palm, flat and warm and certain, low on my back, and he turns me gently and walks me away from Marcus and toward the far side of the room, and I let him, and I do not say anything about the rules or the clause about physical contact or the line I've been tracking for 2.5 months. I just walk. His hand stays on my back for 30 feet. It doesn't feel like a performance. That is the entire problem. Chapter 14. Alexei title, The Men She Used to Be Afraid of. I look into Marcus Webb on Thursday morning. I do not tell Bridget I'm doing it. I tell myself this is because I don't want to make it a thing she has to manage, which is true. I also don't examine the other reason, which is that I am not sure what I would do with myself if I asked her for permission and she said no. It takes me 40 minutes. His public professional profile is clean, good client roster, mid-size agency, solid track record. His personal profile, across the platforms I can access without trying very hard, is the profile of a man who is very interested in being seen as a certain kind of person. Athletic. Social. Slightly above. The photos are all right, he is good looking, I note without feeling anything about it, in the specific way of someone who knows he is good looking and has been leveraging it since he was old enough to understand it as a resource. What I find when I go past the surface, two women, in two different public contexts 3 years apart, who talk about the same men with the same specific language. Not dramatic. Not loud. The way you talk about a bad experience when you've had enough distance to be clinical. Words like undermined and controlled, and one woman who says, in a comment thread I have no business reading, I didn't realize what he was doing until I was already smaller than I started. I put the laptop down. I sit at my desk in the office and I look at the wall for a moment. I think about Bridget at the coaching session in the 3rd week, when I asked her a question and she started to answer and then stopped herself and said the shorter version, the version that took up less room. I thought at the time it was just efficiency. I think now it might be something she learned. I close the laptop. She burns the pasta on Friday night. I know this is coming at about the 8-minute mark, when the smell changes from cooking to the beginning of scorching, and I say nothing because she is on the phone with her mother and the call sounds like it's wrapping up, and by the time she comes back to the stove the bottom of the pan has gone past saving. She looks at it. She looks at me. I am at the counter with my water, watching. I burned the pasta, she says. Yes. I know how to make pasta. I know. I was distracted. I know that too. She picks up the pan. She turns off the burner. She puts the pan in the sink and runs cold water on it and stands there for a moment looking at the steam. I'll order something, she says. Sit down, I say. I'll find something. She sits at the kitchen table. I go through what we have. The labeled containers are for next week, but there's rice and eggs and the half block of cheese she keeps on the second shelf, and I know enough about cooking to do something with those that isn't nothing. I start the pan again. She sits and watches me. This is also something I've gotten used to, the way she watches when she's processing something and her hands are still. Most people look away when they're in their own head. She looks at whatever's in front of her. How's your mother? I say. Good. Better. She starts the cardiac rehab next week. A pause. She asked about you. What did she ask? Whether you're still eating like a person or like someone's optimized you for performance. She looks at the labeled containers in the refrigerator, visible through the open door. I didn't answer directly. Those containers have vegetables in them. They have vegetables measured by the gram. That's still vegetables. She almost smiles. Almost. I scramble the eggs with the rice and the cheese and put it in front of her and sit down across with my own bowl, and we eat, and the kitchen is quiet in the way it gets in the evening, the city winding down outside, the heat on, the specific quality of two people who have gotten comfortable enough in the same space that silence doesn't need to be filled. I wait until she's mostly through the bowl. Did he hurt you? I say. She goes still. I keep my voice the same as always, not soft, not hard, just level. Marcus Webb. I want to know. She sets her fork down. She looks at the table. I told you at the gala. Not tonight. It's not the gala. She is quiet for a moment. Then, not in any way you can prove. I look at her. I mean that, she says. There was nothing, it wasn't anything legal. He never touched me in a way I could point at. She looks at her bowl. He has this thing he does. Where he makes you the problem. She says it carefully, like she's chosen these words before, like she said them to herself enough times to get them right. Every time I had a thought that didn't line up with what he wanted, it became evidence that something was off with me. My judgment. My reactions. He'd say it quietly. Very reasonable. Very, I'm just saying, Bridget, don't you think you're being, and I'd rearrange myself. I don't say anything. I did it for 14 months, she says. I rearranged myself into someone who took up less and less room and thought that was just growing up. Being realistic. She picks up her fork. I was 23. I didn't have a reference point. How did it end? He found someone else. It wasn't even, he didn't do it dramatically. He just stopped including me in his life and started including her, and when I said something about it he looked at me like I was being unreasonable again. She looks up. I spent a week wondering what I'd done wrong before Priya came over and said, very clearly, that I hadn't done anything wrong and he was a person who needed to be the smartest one in the room and had picked me because I let him. I sit with that. Priya was right, I say. She usually is. It's irritating. She looks at me. What are you thinking? I think about Dimitri. I think about the men who laced my skates in the cold and then spent 3 years skimming my accounts in small increments and calling it management. I think about the way I believed him because I loved him and I loved what he'd done for me, and when you love what someone has done for you it's very easy to let them rewrite what they're doing now. I think, I say, that some people find the ones who are too loyal and they use the loyalty. She looks at me for a moment. Your brother, she says. Yes. She sets down her fork again. Tell me. I tell her the part one haven't told her. Not the money, she knows the money. The other part. The part where Dimitri showed up at every important game for 6 years. Where he was the first call after every contract signing. Where he would tell me, sometimes, in the middle of a call about something else, how hard he'd worked to get me here, not viciously, just as a fact, just casually placing it in the conversation like a stone in a path you have to step around. I tell her how it took an accountant I'd never met to show me what someone who said he loved me had been doing. How long did it take you to stop being angry at yourself, she says. For not seeing it. I look at the table. I'll tell you when I get there. She makes a small sound. Not quite a laugh. The kind that means fair. The bowls are cold. Neither of us has touched the food in 10 minutes. You can take up as much space as you want here, I say. She looks up. I look at her. I mean the apartment. I mean the shelf at the right height and the coffee left on low heat and the towels she didn't ask for. I mean all of it. I know I mean more. She looks at me for a long moment. Her expression does the complicated thing, all the layers of it moving under the surface, the thing she's deciding and the thing she's holding back and the thing underneath that she won't look at yet. Alexei, she starts. My phone rings. We both look at it on the counter. Russian number. She goes still. I go still. The phone rings a second time. A third. I have not answered this number in 3 weeks. I pick it up. I look at it. I look at Bridget. Her face is completely neutral now, waiting, and I think, I am so tired of managing this alone. I answer. Alyosha. His voice is the same as it has always been. Warm. Familiar. Like a hand on your shoulder before it reaches in your pocket. It's good to hear you. Dmitri. My voice is flat. What do you want? I want to talk. A pause. I want to offer you something. I'm not interested. Hear me out. 5 minutes. He takes a breath. The Yaroslavl team reached out. After news about your visa issues made certain rounds. Another pause. He lets me understand how those rounds were made. He has always liked to let you understand without saying it directly. They want you. Full roster spot. Good contract. Your name means something there, Alyosha. It always has. I say nothing. Come home, he says. I can make the problem here disappear. One call. The information I provided gets withdrawn. You file from Russia, you re-enter cleanly in 6 months, find a real team that will sponsor you properly. You don't have to do whatever this is. A beat. Whatever you've arranged. The kitchen is so quiet I can hear Bridget breathing across the table. You have 48 hours, Dmitri says. Think about it. That's all I'm asking. Think about what you're doing and whether it's worth what you're paying for it. He hangs up. I put the phone down on the table. Bridget is looking at me. She has heard enough of it from one side to know the shape of it, and she is sitting with her hands flat on the table and her face very still. An offer, she says. Yes. From your brother. Yes. To go back. To Russia. To a team there. He says he'll withdraw the immigration report. She looks at the table. 1 second. 2. I watch her face and I wait for the part where she tells me to take it, the practical, reasonable, arm's-length version of her that has been making decisions about our arrangement since the beginning. The version that signed the contract without blinking. She looks up. Is that what you want? She says. I look at her across the burn pasta kitchen, in the apartment we share, at the table where we just told each other the things we carry. I look at the 2 bowls that have been sitting between us for 20 minutes. I look at her hands on the table and the earring she still hasn't found the match for on her nightstand. No, I say. She holds my gaze. Then don't. It's 48 hours. I know. If I don't take it, the report stays. The interview is more complicated. I know that too. She picks up her fork. She takes a bite of cold rice. We'll handle it. We. There it is again. I pick up my fork. We eat the cold food in the quiet kitchen and the 48 hours start counting down outside in the dark, and neither of us says what we are both, now, completely certain of. We just stay at the table. That, for tonight, is enough. Chapter 15. Bridget title, The 48-Hour Window. He tells me about the offer the same way he tells me everything. Flat. Direct. No padding around the edges. He sits across from me at the kitchen table the next morning with his coffee and he lays it out, the call, the Yaroslavl contract, Dmitri's promise to withdraw the report, the 6-month re-entry timeline, and he uses the same voice he uses to walk me through scheduling conflicts and contract clauses. Practical. Clear. Like he is presenting information for my review rather than dismantling something I didn't realize I'd been building. I listen. I keep my hands on my mug and my face doing the thing it does, the steady thing, the composed thing, and I let him finish. Then I say, if that's what you need, you should take it. He looks at me. His face is careful. The jaw is set and his eyes are doing the thing they do when he's reading a situation for information, and I hold eye contact because I mean what I said and I need him to know I mean it. I'm not asking you to tell me to stay, he says. I know. I'm telling you the situation. I know that too. I set down my mug. Alexei. If going back is the right move for your career, then it's the right move. The arrangement was about your career. That was always the point. He looks at me for a moment. Something in his face does a thing I can't read, or can, but won't, because reading it would require me to do something with what I find and I am not ready to do something with it at 8:15 in the morning. I have 48 hours, he says. Okay. I want to think. Okay. He nods once. He picks up his coffee. He looks at the table like it has information he needs. I say, I'm going into the office for a few hours. Call Craig if you haven't already. I will. I get up. I get my bag. I put on my coat at the door and I do not look back at him sitting at the table with his coffee and his 48 hours, and I take the elevator down and I walk 2 blocks before I realize I have no reason to go to the office today because it's Saturday. I just needed to leave the room. I make it back to the apartment at noon. He is gone. Practice, probably. He goes in on Saturdays even when he doesn't have to, because that is the kind of person he is. The apartment is quiet and clean and entirely full of him, the way it always is, the way I stopped noticing and then started noticing again and now cannot stop. His coffee mug is washed and on the rack. His section of the refrigerator is organized by the day of the week. The blanket from the couch is folded at the end, which he does every morning, which I know the way I know the coffee order in the left side of the bed and the scar on his shoulder, not because I was keeping track, but because it turns out keeping track and just paying attention can look identical from the inside. I sit on the kitchen floor. Back against the refrigerator. My spot, the one that was mine before it was mine, the one that stopped being a floor and became a place somewhere around week 3. I sit here and I look at the kitchen, the 2 mugs on the rack, the shelf at the height I need for my books, the hook with both our coats even though his isn't here right now, and I do not let myself cry. I do not let myself cry because crying means admitting that the arrangement has become something the contract did not cover, and I wrote that contract. I wrote 4 pages and 12 clauses and I underlined no falling in love while Priya watched, and I meant it when I wrote it, and I cannot stand the idea that I am a person who wrote a rule and then broke it so thoroughly I didn't even notice it happening until I was standing on the other side. I hold my knees. I look at the kitchen. My phone rings. Priya. I answer it because not answering Priya is something I stopped doing 2 years ago after an incident involving a bad decision and a worse week and the specific lesson that Priya's instincts are better than my silence. Hey, I say. Hey. A pause. She knows me well enough to hear everything in that one word. What happened? Nothing happened. Bridget. He got an offer, I say. To go back to Russia. His brother. A contract, a team, the immigration problem handled. I pause. He has 48 hours. Priya is quiet. I told him to take it if he needs to, I say. It's the right thing to say. It's practically the only thing to say given the nature of the. Oh, babe, she says. I stop. You fell, she says. Soft. Not a question. I look at the refrigerator behind my back. I look at the floor. I look at the space in the kitchen where he sits in the mornings, the specific chair he's claimed without claiming it, the indent in the cushion he leaves when he gets up. I don't say yes. I don't say no. I need to go check on my mom, I say. Priya doesn't push. She has known me long enough to know when I need to move rather than sit still. Okay, she says. Call me after. I will. Bridget. Yeah. You are allowed to want things, she says. Just so you know. She hangs up. I sit on the floor for another minute. Then I get up, get my coat, and go. The cardiac rehab unit at Pittsburgh General is warm and beige and smells like the specific combination of clean and antiseptic that all hospital corridors smell like, and my mother is in the 3rd room on the left, where she has been for rehabilitation sessions on Tuesdays and Saturdays for the last 3 weeks. She is done with today's session and sitting in the chair by the window with a magazine and the expression of someone who is feeling good and is trying not to make it too obvious that she's feeling good in case someone decides to give her more exercise. She looks up when I come in. Bridget. She folds the magazine. She looks at my face. Sit down. I'm fine. Sit down anyway. I sit in the chair beside her. Outside the window, Pittsburgh is doing its December thing: gray sky, bare trees, the occasional gust that rattles the glass. My mother looks at me with the particular attention of someone who has been reading me since before I could talk and has long since stopped needing much to go on. Tell me, she says. There's nothing to. You drove 40 minutes on a Saturday when you called me this morning and I told you I was fine. She puts her hand over mine on the armrest. Tell me. I look at the window. I think about how to say it without saying all of it. I think about the contract and the 12 clauses and the cover story I've been maintaining for 3 months and the careful structure I built to keep this clean and manageable and separate from anything real. Then I think about the kitchen floor. The crackers. The shelf. The way he sat across from me last night and said you can take up as much space as you want here and looked at me like the words meant exactly what they said and more. He might be leaving, I say. The arrangement. There's an option for him to go back to Russia and resolve the immigration situation from there. He has until tomorrow night. My mother is quiet for a moment. And how do you feel about that, she says. I feel like it's his decision and I've told him so and that's the right answer. That's not what I asked. I look at our hands on the armrest. Hers over mine, the same hands, the same shape, the way I've always been able to see where I come from when I look at her. The surgery, I say. His payment covered it. It's done. You're here. I look up. Whatever happens with the arrangement, that part is real. That happened. She squeezes my hand. I know, baby. I know what it cost you. It cost me nothing. It was a contract. Bridget. Her voice is gentle but not soft. The specific gentleness of a woman who has been honest with me even when it was hard. I saw him at Christmas dinner. We had Christmas dinner with my mother and Jonah at Carol's house, because she was strong enough and she wanted to, and we went because it was a reasonable public family appearance for the arrangement. It was 3 weeks ago. I have not thought about it as anything other than that. He sat next to you at dinner, she says. And you were talking to Jonah about something and you weren't looking at him, and he looked at you. She pauses. I've been married twice and I know that look. I don't say anything. It's the look of someone who's found something they weren't expecting, she says. And they don't know what to do with it yet. But they can't stop looking. I look at the window. It's complicated, I say. She makes a small sound. It always is. She squeezes my hand again. That doesn't make it not real. I sit in that sentence for a moment. I let it sit. The rehab unit hums around us. Down the hall someone laughs. My mother's hand is warm over mine and outside Pittsburgh is gray and cold and honest about it. I'm scared, I say. It comes out smaller than I meant it. Of what? Of being wrong again. Of doing the thing where I make myself smaller and call it love. Is that what he makes you do? I think about the shelf. I think about you can take up as much space as you want. I think about the fact that in 3 months I have not once had to rearrange myself for this man, have not once felt the pressure of his expectations reshaping who I am, have in fact felt, for the first time in years, like the space I take up is the right amount. No, I say. Then you know the answer, she says. You've always known. I get home at 4:30. The apartment door opens to the smell of garlic and something warm, and I stop in the hallway because I didn't expect that. I didn't expect him to be here at all. I expected empty rooms and a decision I'd have to wait for, and the smell is so specifically real, so domestic in a way that cuts right through the careful distance I drove 40 minutes to rebuild, that I just stand in the hallway for a second and let my eyes close. Then I walk in. He is at the stove. My kitchen, his stove, the one he has used for exactly one dish that wasn't a labeled protein container, which is coffee. He has a pan on 2 burners and pasta draining in the colander and eggs already cracked into a bowl and the specific focused stillness of a person who is doing something that requires complete attention. He doesn't look up when I come in. On the counter beside the stove there is a page of handwritten notes. I can see from where I'm standing that it says carbonara at the top and has steps numbered 1 through 8, and some of them have small check marks next to them and one of them has been crossed out and rewritten. He has notes. He practiced this. He made notes and he practiced it, and he is standing in our kitchen on a Saturday at 4:30 making the one meal he promised in the contract addendum, the one impractical handwritten line at the bottom of page 4 that I folded very carefully and have looked at 6 times since. I set down my bag. I take off my coat. I hang it on the hook. I stand in the kitchen and I look at his back, the familiar width of him, the way he stands, the left shoulder slightly lower than the right from an old hit he never talks about, and I think about my mother's voice. That doesn't make it not real. I'm not going, he says. He says it to the stove. Still not looking at me. I find my voice. Alexei. I called Dmitri this morning. He stirs the pan. I told him no. The kitchen is quiet except for the sound of the stove. Why? I say. He turns around. He looks at me across the kitchen with the pan still in his hand and his expression completely open in a way I have never seen it, not the controlled neutral, not the careful set jaw, just his face doing the thing it does when he has stopped managing it. You know why, he says. I look at him. He looks at me. The garlic is burning very slightly and neither of us moves and the 48 hours are over and the answer is standing in front of me in an apron he found in the back of the cabinet, holding a pan, with handwritten notes on the counter and a contract addendum that said I will learn to cook one meal like a promise he was always going to keep. The pasta is going to burn, I say. My voice is not entirely steady. I know. He doesn't look at the pan. Bridget. Turn it down, I say. Turn it down and then tell me. He turns it down. He sets the pan on the back burner. He turns to face me with the full attention he gives everything, complete, unhurried, nowhere else. I don't know how to say it, he says. In English it comes out wrong. Too small. Then say it in Russian. He is quiet for a moment. He says 4 words in Russian. I don't speak Russian. But I know the word that's in there, the one that sounds like the thing it is, that every language in the world has a version of, and it lands in my chest and sits there warm and certain and absolutely terrifying. Okay, I say. Okay. Tell me the rest in the morning, I say. After the pasta. Something in his face shifts into the closest thing to undone I have ever seen on it. Then he turns back to the stove. I sit down at the kitchen table. I look at his back. I look at the handwritten notes on the counter. Step 7 has been crossed out twice and the final version says, don't rush it. I think about that. I think he was not only talking about the pasta. Chapter 16. Alexei title, What I Should Have Said. She eats 2 full bowls. I watch her eat the second one and I think, I practiced this for 4 days. 4 days of bad batches and YouTube tutorials and one evening where I called Elena to ask how she makes her carbonara and my mother spent 20 minutes asking why I needed to know and whether this was for the girl from the photos. Vera had apparently sent her a screenshot from the gala, before she gave me the technique. Bridget eats the second bowl and says nothing for a while. Then she says, you followed the notes. On step 4 I improvised. Which step is step 4? The timing of the egg. The instruction said 2 minutes. I did 1:45. She looks at her bowl. That's why it came out right. Yes. She sets down her fork. She looks at me across the table with the expression she had in the hallway, the one that sat in my chest when I turned around and found her standing there looking at the notes on my counter like they were something she needed a moment with. The expression I have been carrying for 2 hours. Alexei, she says. I know, I say. We should. I know. She looks at the table. I look at her. The kitchen is warm and the pasta plates are between us and I am, right now, standing at the edge of the only thing I have been afraid of in years, which is not losing a game or losing a contract or being sent back to a country that stopped being mine the moment I found somewhere that felt more like it. What I am afraid of is saying this out loud and having it land wrong. Having it be too much, or too direct, or the wrong English, the wrong shape, the thing that makes her look at me with the careful neutral face and say something gentle and arm's length about the contract and what they agreed to. I am not afraid of many things. I am very afraid of that. There's something I need to say to you, I start. Her eyes come up. My phone buzzes on the counter. We both look at it. It is a team notification. Practice time change, Sunday morning pushed to 7 instead of 8, all skaters required, equipment check first. I look at the notification. I look at Bridget. Her face has done the quick recalibration it does when a moment shifts direction, not disappointed exactly, but close to it, the expression of someone who was standing at a door that has just moved slightly away from them. I have practice in the morning, I say. It comes out of my mouth before I can stop it. Clean and practical and exactly the wrong thing. She looks at me for one long moment. It is the kind of moment that has weight, the kind you feel in your sternum, the kind that asks a question you have to answer with your face whether you mean to or not. I watch her read mine. I watch her take in the notification on my counter and my voice and the 2 feet of table between us and the decision I have apparently made without deciding it. She nods. Get some sleep then, she says. She takes her bowl to the sink. She washes it. She dries it. She puts it on the rack. She says goodnight without looking at me and goes to her room. The door doesn't close hard. It just closes. I sit at the table. The pasta is cold. The kitchen is warm. The notification is still on my phone screen and I look at it like it has personally done something to me, which is not rational, but neither is standing at the edge of the most important thing you've ever needed to say and choosing 7 words about practice instead. I pick up the plates. I wash them. I put them on the rack next to hers. I stand at the counter and look at my own handwritten notes, the ones I made for the carbonara, the ones she looked at in the hallway, and I read step 7. Don't rush it. I wrote that about egg timing. I have apparently not applied it to anything else. I stand in the kitchen until the pasta goes cold. Practice is at 7. I am there at 5:30. The rink at 5:30 on a Sunday morning is the best version of itself. Empty stands, house lights on low, the ice freshly cut and sitting there clean and unbothered. I lace up on the bench and I step on and the sound changes, the specific shift in acoustics that happens when blades hit ice, a sound I've been hearing since I was 7 years old and that still means the same thing it always has. Here is where I'm right. Here is where everything is clear. I skate. I don't run drills. I don't work the system. I just skate, long, clean lines from end to end, the kind of skating that's less about hockey and more about what the body does when it's doing the thing it was built for. My edges are good. They're always good, but this morning they're better, the way they get when something is unresolved in my chest and my body routes it all through my feet. Jonesy shows up at 6:45. He is the only teammate I expect. He lives 12 minutes from the arena and comes early when he can tell I've been here a while, which he can tell because he's known me for 3 seasons and he reads people the way he reads the ice. He laces up without a word. He gets on. He skates 2 laps at his own pace before he comes up beside me. For a while we just skate. You're playing, Jonesy says, like you're trying to win something that isn't a game. I look at the far end of the rink. He says, you want to tell me what happened? No. Okay. He matches my pace. You want to do something about it? I look at him. Because, he says, whatever it is, you've been skating with it for 3 weeks and it's starting to affect your left edge on the turn. This is not true. My left edge is fine. This is Jonesy telling me, in the specific language we have developed over 3 seasons of sharing ice, that he can see something is wrong and he is not going to say it plainly because I won't accept it plainly, and so he is translating it into hockey because hockey is the language I'll actually hear. I stop at the far end. I look at the net. I pick up a puck from the bucket on the boards. I skate back to the blue line. I set up. I take the shot. It goes in, clean, top right corner, exactly where I aimed. I get another puck. I skate back. I shoot. In. I do this for 22 minutes. Every single one goes in. I am not doing anything complicated, no dekes, no setup, just standing at the blue line and shooting at a net that has nobody in it, which is the easiest version of the thing I know how to do. I keep doing it because the net stays where it is. Because the puck goes where I put it. Because here, in this specific context, the outcome is exactly what I make it. Everything else in my life right now is not that. At 7:15, with the rest of the team arriving and the ice getting busy around me, I take one last shot. It goes in. I lean on my stick and look at the net for a moment. Jonesy skates past me. He taps my shin pads with his stick, the hockey version of "Okay, I see you." I nod. I skate back to the center line. Craig calls at 11:18, between the end of practice and the film session. I step into the hallway to take it. My gear is still on. I am sweating and my ears are ringing the way they do after 90 minutes of team skate, and I am in no particular state for news, but Craig doesn't call on Sunday mornings for nothing. "I heard from USCIS," he says. I press the phone harder to my ear. "The home visit report has been submitted," he says. "Officer Chen has filed her assessment." A pause. I count it. 1 second. It's not a denial. But it's not a clear approval either. They have questions about the timeline, specifically, how quickly the relationship progressed. They want one more formal interview. Both of you, together, in person. They'll separate you at the end for individual questions. Another pause. "Alexei. This is the last gate. If you pass this interview, Craig is very confident the adjustment of status gets approved." "When?" "They've proposed next Friday. 5 days. 5 days and 1 interview, and Bridget across a table from me answering questions about the men she said goodnight to last night without looking at him." "We'll be there," I say. "Make sure you're ready," Craig says. "All of it, the details, the history, everything. They're going to be thorough. We're ready." I say it before I've finished the thought. Then I finish the thought, and I think about Bridget's face last night in the kitchen, and the door that closed the normal amount, and the fact that I stood in the kitchen for an hour after and still could not make myself go knock on it. "Alexei." Craig's voice is careful. "I need to ask you something." "Ask." The home visit report, Officer Chen's notes indicate that the relationship appears genuine to her. She specifically noted the quality of knowledge each of you has about the other. A pause. She's not the deciding officer. But her assessment carries weight. Whatever you've built there, make sure it's still standing on Friday. I look at the hallway wall. It's standing, I say. I hang up. I look at the phone in my hand for a moment. Then I text Bridget, interview Friday. Final one. Craig says this is the last gate. 3 minutes pass. Her reply comes back, okay. I'll be ready. I stare at those 4 words for longer than I should. Then I text back, we need to talk tonight. The 3 dots appear. Disappear. Appear again. She writes, I know. Chapter 17. Bridget title, 14 questions I know the answers to. He puts the question list on the table at 7 p.m. and we both look at it. It's the same document Craig sent us weeks ago, 14 pages, the questions grouped by category, the same list we went through for 4 hours that first time. I have the highlighted copy. He has the unmarked one. We sit down across from each other and it is, from the outside, exactly what it has been every time. From the inside it is nothing like every other time. Go, he says. I look at the list. I look at him. We don't need to go through these. He looks at me. We know them, I say. All of them. We've known them for weeks. I close the document. We don't need the list. He is quiet for a moment. Then he closes his copy too. The kitchen table is between us and the document is closed and there is nothing official left to hide behind, which is, I think, the whole point. Ask me something real, I say. Not a practice question. Something you actually want to know. He looks at the table. He looks up. Are you scared about Friday? No, I say. I know every answer. So do you. I pause. I'm scared of what happens after Friday. He looks at me steadily. After. When the interview is done. When the waiting starts. I fold my hands on the table. When the reason we're in the same apartment gets resolved and the contract becomes the thing we're filling the rest of the year out of instead of the thing keeping us together. He doesn't say anything. Your turn, I say. Ask me something real. He is quiet for a long moment. His hands are flat on the table in front of him, the way they get when he's thinking hard about something, when he's doing the thing he does before he says the important words instead of the practical ones. What do you want, he says. Not from the arrangement. From, he stops. Starts again. What does Bridget want? When this is done. It is the most direct question he has ever asked me. I look at him across the table and I think about Priya's voice on the phone. You fell. I think about my mother in the cardiac unit. That doesn't make it not real. I think about the 4 pages and the 12 clauses and the rule I underlined while Priya watched. I want what's already here, I say. The kitchen floor at 2 in the morning. The shelf at the right height. Both coats on the hook. I look at the table. I want the thing we built without meaning to. The kitchen is very still. Then ask me, he says. The question. I look up. He is watching me with the completely open expression, the one from the hallway, the one from when he turned around with the pan in his hand. The one that has no distance in it at all. If this works, I say. If you get the approval. What happens to you? I stay, he says. Here. Yes. In Pittsburgh. Yes. I breathe. And us. I say. He is quiet for a long time. Long enough that I can hear the city outside and the heat in the walls and my own careful breathing. Long enough that I have time to remember every version of this moment I've been avoiding for 3 months, every time I filed something under not meaningful data and moved on. That, he says, is a different question. Yes, I say. It is. He looks at me. Ask it. I shake my head once. Small. Not tonight. Tonight I need to know you're ready for Friday. Bridget. I'm not going anywhere, I say. I need Friday to happen first. I need it to be done and not have it hanging over everything when I stop. When we have that conversation. He looks at me for a long moment. Then he nods. One slow, certain nod, the kind that means he understands and he's holding it and he is not going to put it down. Friday, he says. Friday. The Marcus email arrives Tuesday. I am in the office, alone, the quiet late morning hour when Alexei is at the rink. My personal email. His name in the sender line with the subject, checking in. I open it because I need to know what it says. It is 4 paragraphs of very careful language. Professionally worded. He says he heard through a mutual contact that the marriage has been facing scrutiny, and he hopes things are working out, and he wants me to know that whatever I'm doing, here is the line, the one that has his fingerprints all over it, whatever you're doing, you don't have to settle for a situation just because it's financially convenient. I read it twice. Then I take a screenshot. I send it to Priya with, look what arrived. She responds in 40 seconds with 3 words that are unprintable and then, delete him. For real this time. I look at the email. I think about who I was when I first learned to read his language, the version of me who would have read settle and immediately started auditing myself, checking whether I was, in fact, settling, whether my judgment was off, whether he saw something I was missing. I think about who I am now. I think about the shelf. The coffee left on low heat. You can take up as much space as you want here. I think about a man who stands at a stove for 4 days learning to cook one meal because he wrote it in a contract addendum and he keeps the things he puts his name on. I press delete. Then I go to his contact and I block every address, every number, every platform. I do it in 4 minutes and when I'm done I close my laptop and get up and make coffee and I do not feel anything complicated about it. The drama was years ago. It has nothing to do with my life now. I go back to work. The night before the interview, I'm on the couch at 10 with my notes when his phone rings from the kitchen. We have learned to identify each other's phone calls by sound. His mother's ringtone, which he set to a traditional Russian folk song that Elena apparently selected herself over FaceTime with visible pride, is not something either of us can miss. It's your mom, I call. I know. He appears in the doorway. He has his practice gear half off and he looks slightly exhausted in the way he looks on days when the team has had 2 sessions. He looks at the phone. He looks at me with a specific expression. She's been calling twice a week. I know. He goes to the kitchen. I hear him answer in Russian. I go back to my notes. What I do not do is mention the other calls. Elena Volkov has been calling me separately for 3 weeks. I know this is impossible because Elena Volkov does not speak English, which is why Alexei has been managing all communication with her on my behalf, translating the important things, keeping it simple. Elena Volkov speaks excellent English. I discovered this on week 1 when she FaceTimed me to ask about American streaming services and spent 45 minutes asking, in perfect English, about Pittsburgh and whether I ate enough and what my mother was like. She told me not to tell Alexei because, she said, he worries too much and I like to have information he doesn't have. I have kept this secret for 3 weeks. It is both the most absurd and the most charming thing that has ever happened to me. She calls me again at 10:47, after she's finished with Alexei, which I know because I hear his call end and then my own phone lights up with her name. I get up and go to my room and close the door. Elena, I say. Bridget. Warm. Direct. She talks the way her son talks, no performance, no padding. Tomorrow is the interview. Yes. You are ready. I think so. You are ready, she says again, firmer. Not a question this time. You know my son. I do. Better than he knows himself right now. She pauses. This is my point. I sit on my bed. My notes are on the nightstand beside the earring that still hasn't found its match. I look at them. Elena. He is not good at saying the things in his chest, she says. He gets this from his father, who was a stubborn man in many ways, God rest him. Alyosha, Alexei, he works very hard to be strong and sometimes the working too hard gets in the way of the being honest. Another pause. The careful pause of a woman who has thought about what she wants to say. I'm saying this to you instead of to him because he won't hear it from me. He's 32 years old and he still thinks I don't know when something is wrong. I don't say anything. My son, Elena says, has been in this country for 6 years and he calls me once a week and he tells me about the team and the city and the games. He has never, in 6 years, called me to tell me about a person. She pauses. Until you. I press my lips together. He tells me small things, she says. The crackers. The color you call forest. The shelf. Small things. He thinks he is just reporting. Giving me context. Her voice goes soft at the edges. I know what small things mean when they're said with that voice. I look at the earring on the nightstand. Elena, I say. I need to tell you something. Tell me. Tomorrow, the interview. If it goes well, and I believe it will go well, then the legal situation gets resolved and the original reason for, I stop. Find the right words. The original arrangement was practical. I want you to know that I know that. Whatever happens after. Bridget, she says. Gently. Very gently. Yes. I speak English. I know. I have spoken English for 30 years. I know that too. So you understand me when I say, she pauses. My son is an idiot. I make a sound I was not expecting to make. It is somewhere between a laugh and a breath and it releases something in my chest that has been wound tight since Saturday night. He is an idiot, she says, in the specific way of someone who has found something very important and is holding it so carefully he forgets to just put it down and keep it. He's not an idiot, I say. He is a little bit. A little bit, I allow. Please be patient with him, she says. He is worth it. I am his mother so I am biased. But also he is worth it. I look at the closed door of my room. I think about him on the other side of the apartment, probably at the kitchen table with his notes, running the interview questions in his head the way he runs game film. I know he is, I say. Elena is quiet for a moment. Then, good luck tomorrow. Thank you, Elena. Come visit, she says. When this is done. I want to meet you properly. I'd like that. She hangs up. I put my phone down on the nightstand. I look at the earring. I look at my notes. I look at the closed door. Then I get up, open the door, walk down the hall. He is exactly where I knew he would be, at the kitchen table, notes in front of him, coffee going cold beside his hand. He looks up when I come in. He looks at my face. My mother called you, he says. Yes. What did she say? I sit down across from him. I fold my hands on the table. I look at him, the man who stood at a stove for 4 days, who put a shelf up at the right height, who pressed his phone face down in a car so he didn't have to explain why his hands weren't entirely steady. She said good luck tomorrow, I say. He looks at me for a moment. That's all. That's all. He looks at his notes. He knows I'm not telling him everything. He decides, in the way he decides things, cleanly, without pushing, not to chase it. We should sleep, he says. We should. Neither of us moves. We sit at the kitchen table with the notes between us and the city outside the window and the interview 8 hours away, and I think, tomorrow. I think, after Friday. I think about the question I told him I'd ask when the interview was done, the real one, the one that isn't about the arrangement at all. I think about what I already know the answer will be. I look at him across the table. He looks back. Get some sleep, Alexei, I say. He gathers his notes. He gets up. At the kitchen doorway he stops, his back to me, and he stands there for a moment, just a moment, and I think, say it. I think, you can say it right now. I think, you drove 40 minutes on a Saturday and came home to carbonara made from handwritten notes, and I know exactly what that means, and so do you. He says, good night, Bridget. He goes down the hall. His door closes. I sit at the table in the quiet kitchen. I press my palm flat against the wood, his side, the indent where his coffee cup always sits, and I hold it there for a moment. Tomorrow, I think. After Friday. Then we stop pretending we don't know. Chapter 18. Alexei title, The Final Interview. The USCIS building smells like paper and fluorescent light and the specific kind of quiet that only exists in government offices, the quiet of forms being filled out, of decisions being made in rooms where the furniture hasn't changed in 20 years. We check in at the front desk at 8:53. The woman at the window gives us our visitor badges and tells us to wait in the blue chairs along the left wall. We sit. The chairs are plastic and slightly too close together, and Bridget's arm is against mine and neither of us moves away. She has her good blazer on. Dark charcoal, the one she wears when something needs to go well. Her hands are in her lap. Her back is straight. She is looking at the opposite wall with the composed expression, the one I have spent months learning, the one that takes real work to maintain and never shows the work. But I know her now. I know that when she breathes in slowly through her nose and lets it out controlled, she is managing something. I know that her left hand, currently flat on her knee, has gone slightly still in the way hands go still when you're keeping them from doing something else. I know that she has gone over every answer to every question 3 times in her head already this morning and is going over them again right now, not because she doesn't know them but because this is how she stands at the edge of something difficult. She is terrified. She is here anyway. She showed up in her good blazer with her notes memorized and her back straight, and she is doing the thing she always does, which is deciding that whatever she is afraid of does not get to win over what needs to happen. That is who she is. It is the truest thing I know about her. I am running out of reasons not to say that out loud. Bridget, I say. She looks at me. We're going to be fine, I say. She looks at me for a moment. You said that to me once before. And I was right. Something moves in her expression. Small. Then she looks back at the wall. Yes, she says. You were. Her left hand moves slightly on her knee. I put mine over it. She looks down at our hands. She doesn't pull away. She turns her hand over, palm up, and her fingers close around mine, and we sit like that in the plastic blue chairs of the USCIS waiting room until they call our name. The interviewing officer's name is Agent Doyle. He is mid-50s, gray at the temples, and has the look of someone who has done this long enough that he is no longer curious about it, just thorough. He has a thick file in front of him when we sit down. I can see the edge of Officer Chen's home visit report in it. He doesn't open it yet. Thank you both for coming in, he says. He says it the way people say things they've said 10,000 times. Not unkind. Just professional in the way of a thing that has moved past warm. Of course, Bridget says. He goes through the legal formalities first. Our identification. The case number. He explains the process, joint questions first, then he'll separate us for individual questions, the standard procedure. He explains that the purpose is to assess the authenticity of the marital relationship and that any inconsistencies may be noted and considered. He opens the file. He asks about the beginning. When we met, how it progressed, when we decided to get married. We answer in the rhythm we've built, not scripted, not synchronized like a performance, just two people who know the story well enough to tell it in different voices and have it come out the same truth. He asks about the apartment. The daily routines. He asks who does the grocery shopping and we both answer at the same moment, both of us. She makes the list, and it comes out overlapping and unrehearsed and I watch him make a note. He asks about her family. I tell him about Carol, the cardiac surgery, the rehab sessions on Tuesdays and Saturdays. I tell him Carol calls forest green dark green and is wrong. Bridget makes a sound beside me. I don't look at her but I feel her trying not to smile. He asks about my family. About Elena. Bridget tells him that she FaceTimes with my mother on her own sometimes, that they have been navigating a language barrier but managing. She says this with a perfectly straight face. I look at her. She looks at Agent Doyle. Her expression does not move a millimeter. We will have a conversation about that later. He works through the list methodically. The scar on my shoulder, she answers before I do, crescent shape below the left joint, doesn't even pause. The coffee order, I answer, oat milk, too much cinnamon, she smells it before the first sip. The color she insists is forest. The side of the bed. The alarm clock situation. The crackers. He asks about the crackers. I tell him about the kitchen floor and the 2 a.m. reading and the first time I sat down across from her without being asked. I tell it plainly, because it is plain, there is no version of that story that sounds like something I invented. He writes for a long time after that one. The questions get harder as he gets further into the file. Pointed follow-ups, why then, why that decision, what was the conversation when you decided? We answer. Some of it is the prepared version. Some of it is just true, and the true ones come out differently, slower, with more weight, the way things do when you're not reaching for rehearsed language but just saying what happened. An hour in, he turns a page. He looks at me over the top of the file. Mr. Volkov, he says. Yes. Do you love your wife? The room goes very still. I am aware of Bridget beside me. I am aware of her breath, which has just changed, just barely, the small shift of someone who was not expecting this question and is now very carefully not looking at me. I am aware of the fluorescent light and the paper smell and the file on the desk and everything that has been building toward this room for 4 months, the contract, the courthouse, the kitchen floor, the shelf, the carbonara, the 48 hours and the word we that she used before I knew what to do with it. I don't hesitate. I don't hesitate at all. Yes, I say. Agent Doyle makes a note. He writes for a moment. He does not look up. Beside me, Bridget is very still. Not the composed still. Not the controlled still. The still of someone who has just heard something land. Doyle closes the file. Thank you. I'm going to ask you both to wait while I speak with each of you separately. We'll start with Mrs. Volkov. Mr. Volkov, there's a waiting area just down the hall. I stand. I look at Bridget. She is looking at the desk. Her jaw is set. Her hands are flat on the table in front of her. She doesn't look at me as I leave the room. I wait in the hallway for 31 minutes. I know it is 31 minutes because I count them. Not the way I count things to settle myself, the practiced, deliberate counting that I use in bad situations. This is the involuntary kind, the kind where your brain keeps tracking time because it has nothing else to do with the energy it's running. I think about the question. The answer I gave. The way I gave it, not as a performance, not as the right answer for the interview, just as the only true thing I had. I think about how she didn't look at me when I left the room. I think about what that means and about all the things it could mean and about the fact that I have spent 4 months being very careful with this woman and last night I sat in the kitchen and let the moment pass again and I am beginning to understand that caution is only a virtue up to a certain point and past that point it is just fear wearing better clothes. They bring me back in at the 40-minute mark. Bridget is already in the waiting area outside. She is standing up, coat on, bag on her shoulder. She looks at me when I come out and something in her face is doing the complicated thing, all the layers of it, everything she hasn't said yet, moving under the surface. My own interview is 12 minutes. Doyle asks the individual questions, my history, my intentions, a few things about the apartment that I answer from the place where they live now, which is not memory I built in preparation but memory I built by paying attention. He tells me we'll hear within 10 business days. He thanks me for my time. I go back out. We walk out of the USCIS building into the Pittsburgh December. Cold, clean air. The sky is low and white and the kind of gray that looks like it can't decide whether to snow. The street is ordinary. People walking, cars passing, the city doing the indifferent thing it does while the things that matter to specific people happen inside its buildings. We stand on the sidewalk. She says, "You didn't hesitate." I look at her. No. When he asked. She is looking at the street. Her voice is level and precise and I have known her long enough to hear what's underneath it. You didn't hesitate at all. No, I say. I didn't. She is quiet for a moment. That wasn't in the script, she says. No, I say. It wasn't. She turns and looks at me. Her face is doing the thing where all the composure is in place but something behind it is pressing against the surface, something that has been pressing for weeks, something that is done waiting for a better moment. I think, say it now. Right here on this sidewalk. Say the thing you've been building toward since a kitchen floor at 2 in the morning. She says, I need a minute. She turns. She walks down the sidewalk away from me, not running, not storming, just walking with the deliberate pace of someone who needs forward movement in order to think. She goes half a block and stops at the corner and stands there with her back to me and her hands in her coat pockets. I stand on the sidewalk in front of the USCIS building and watch her. I don't know what she's doing with what I said. I don't know if the answer I gave, the unhesitating, unscripted, most honest thing I have produced in years, was the thing she needed to hear or the thing she needed time to figure out how to respond to. I don't know if I just won everything or lost it. I stand still in the Pittsburgh cold and I wait. She stands at the corner. The city moves around us both. Chapter 19. Bridget title, the Part 1 didn't write a rule for. I stand at the corner for 4 minutes. I know it's 4 minutes because I can see the intersection clock from where I'm standing and I track it the way you track things when your brain is running too fast and needs something external to hold onto. He said yes. He said it before the question finished landing. Before Doyle had fully closed his mouth. Before there was any social space in which a prepared answer could be constructed and delivered. He said it the way you say things that live in your body rather than your head, without reaching for the word, without making a choice about it. It was just there. Yes. I stand at the corner and I breathe the cold Pittsburgh air and I think about the contract I wrote. 4 pages. 12 clauses. The line I underlined while Priya watched, the rule I stated out loud to make it stick. No falling in love. I think about how I wrote that rule in Priya's living room on a Saturday morning with my coffee going cold and my mother's surgery bill on my phone and a hockey player's number in my recent calls, and how completely and thoroughly I meant it when I wrote it, and how completely and thoroughly it did not work. It did not work because you cannot write a rule about a thing that has already started happening. You can name it, you can underline it, you can say it out loud and have your best friend witness you saying it, and it will still happen, in the background, in the kitchen at 2 in the morning, over burned pasta and cold rice and a shelf put up at exactly the right height. It happens through the small things. That's how you miss it. That's how it gets you. I go home. Not back to him on the sidewalk, I text him, I'll meet you at the apartment. He doesn't respond for 2 minutes and then he responds, okay. And I walk to the bus stop and I take the bus because I need the 40 minutes it gives me, the forward movement without arriving, the specific suspended time of being in transit. I call Priya from the bus. She answers before the second ring. How did it go? We passed. I think. We'll hear in 10 days. I look out the bus window at the city going past. He told the officer he loves me. Silence. He what? She says. There was a question. Do you love your wife? He answered before it was finished. More silence. The kind that means Priya is doing something with her face that I cannot see and am not sure I want to. Bridget, she says. I know. He said. I know, Priya. Out loud. In front of a federal. I was there. She exhales. Okay. Okay. A pause. And you walked away. I needed air. You needed 6,000 miles of air, more like. I look at the window. I'm scared, I say. I know what it looks like. I know what I feel. But every time I've loved someone it has cost me something I couldn't afford to lose. That's not a pattern, Priya says. That's 2 data points. Your dad and Marcus. 2 men who had a specific problem that had nothing to do with you. I know that. Do you? I press my lips together. Outside the window Pittsburgh rolls past in its gray December way, the bridges, the river, the streets I have been learning from bus windows for 2 years. I know this city the way you know a place you landed in by accident and stayed longer than you planned and at some point stopped planning to leave. I wrote a rule, I say. At the beginning. I wrote it down and signed it. You wrote a rule in pencil on a piece of paper, Priya says, about an emotion. Bridget. You can't legislate feelings. I know. You can only. I know. I look at my hands. I know. I stop. I need to sit with it for a second. How long is a second? I don't know yet. She is quiet for a moment. Then, he's there when you get home. Yes. Then don't make it longer than it needs to be, she says. You've both been making it longer than it needs to be for months. I hang up. I look out the window. The bus goes over the bridge and Pittsburgh spreads out on both sides of the river, all of it gray and cold and honest, and I think about sitting on the kitchen floor the first time I couldn't sleep after my mother's call. I think about the feeling of being low to the ground in the dark and having him walk in and just sit down without asking. No explanation. No performance. Just someone choosing to be in the same place as me when I was in a hard place. That's all love is, when you get down to it. Someone who keeps choosing your floor. 3 days go by. I am not proud of them. I am in the apartment, we are in the apartment, we occupy the same kitchen and the same hallway and the same domestic rhythms we've built over 4 months, and neither of us says the thing. Not because we're avoiding it, or not only because we're avoiding it, but because something has shifted so thoroughly between the interview and now that every conversation we have feels like the space just before the real one, and I cannot find the exact right moment to step through. I sleep badly. I know he does too because I can hear him in the kitchen at odd hours, not the 2 a.m. kitchen floor hours, different hours, earlier hours, the 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. of a man who is awake and has decided the kitchen is better than the ceiling. I do not go out. I eat crackers on the kitchen floor alone and I know he can hear me and he stays in his room and I stay in mine and we are both doing the careful, stupid, maddening thing of waiting for something to start that has clearly already started. On the 3rd day, Jonah comes over. He comes because I called my mother and my mother told him I sounded strange, and Jonah has not yet developed the ability to receive information about someone he loves without acting on it immediately. He shows up at 3 in the afternoon with his backpack and his headphones and the expression of someone who has been sent on a mission he accepts. He sits on my couch. He eats 3 of my crackers. Mom says you're being weird, he says. Mom says a lot of things. She's usually right. He pulls his knees up. He is 16 and already starting to look like the adult he's going to be, something in the jaw, the shoulders, the particular directness he must have gotten from our mother because it certainly didn't come from our father. Is it about Alexei? I look at the wall. It's complicated, I say. You keep saying that. He reaches for another cracker. You said it in October when I asked if he was really your boyfriend. You said it at Christmas dinner when Mom asked how you two met. You say it whenever something is actually simple and you're making it hard. I look at him. What, he says. You're 16. I know. He doesn't look embarrassed about it. I've been watching him at the rink. Alexei. He does this session sometimes where he stays after practice and just shoots on an empty net. Jonesy told me he does it when something's off. He looks at the cracker in his hand. He's been doing it a lot this week. I don't say anything. Coach has this thing he says, Jonah says. About shooting. He says you have to look at the net the right way, not like you're hoping, not like you're trying, but like it's already decided and you just have to follow through. He pauses. Like it's the only thing in the room. I look at my brother. He looks at me. He looks at you like that, he says. Flat. Matter of fact. 16 years old and completely unafraid of the plainness of it. When you're not watching. Every time. Like you're the only thing in the room. He shrugs. I've watched a lot of tape. I know what that looks like. I stare at him. He eats the cracker. I'm just saying, he says. Don't be weird about it. He picks up his phone. He starts scrolling. The conversation, as far as he's concerned, is complete. He delivered the message was delivered, his work is done. I sit on the couch beside him and I look at the wall. I think about the net. The way Alexei explained it to me once when I asked him about his approach to a penalty shot, you stop thinking about the goalie, the crowd, the game. You just look at where the puck needs to go and you put it there. Simple. Simple. I get up. Where are you going? Jonah says. Home, I say. You're all ready. My home, I say. His home. I grab my keys from the hook. Our home. Jonah blinks. Then he raises his hand in a small wave and goes back to his phone. He is not in the living room. He is not in the kitchen. I put my keys on the hook. I put my coat on the hook beside his. I walk down the short hallway. He is on the kitchen floor. Back against the refrigerator. My spot, the one that stopped being just mine sometime around week 3 when I stopped coming out here alone. His long legs stretched in front of him, one knee bent. A cracker in his hand, held there but not eaten, like he forgot about it. He is looking at the middle distance with the open expression, the completely unguarded one, the one I have seen 3 times in 4 months and each time it has cost me something to look at directly. He looks up when I come in. I stand in the kitchen doorway and I look at him on my floor with my crackers and his face doing the bare, honest thing it only does when he thinks no one is watching. He was watching the net. I walk across the kitchen. I sit down beside him, his side, not my usual side, closer than I usually sit, close enough that our shoulders are touching, and I reach over and take the cracker from his hand. I eat it. He looks at me. Hi, I say. Hi, he says. His voice is careful. Waiting. I look at the refrigerator across the kitchen. I look at the floor. I look at the 2 mugs on the rack above the counter and the hook with both our coats and the shelf he put up at the right height without being asked. I've been sitting with it, I say. The thing you said in the interview. I know. I needed to make sure I wasn't, I stop. I have a history of mistaking the feeling of needing something for the feeling of wanting it. I needed to check that I knew the difference. He is quiet. I know the difference, I say. He turns his head. He looks at me, directly, completely, the way he shoots, the way he does everything he's decided to do. No hesitation. No distance. I rewrote the contract in my head, he says. Every clause. What it would say now. What does it say? Clause 1, he says. I keep making the coffee. A pause. Clause 2. You keep the second shelf. Clause 3. He stops. I look at him. Clause 3, he says. No more tracking the line. I look at his face. The jaw that does the thing, the eyes that are gray or green depending on the light, the men who came to a lobby with the wrong appointment day and looked at me like I was the first obstacle he hadn't been able to skate around and I held eye contact without blinking. I lean my head on his shoulder. He goes still for one breath. Then his arm comes around me, not careful, not calibrated, just his arm, warm and certain, pulling me in. What do we do now? I say into his shoulder. I don't know, he says. But I think we do it together. I close my eyes. The refrigerator hums behind us. The city does its evening thing outside the window. The kitchen smells like coffee and the clean, plain smell of a place that is ours. I think, I wrote a rule and I broke it. I think, good. Chapter 20. Alexei title, Everything That Isn't in the Contract. She is on my shoulder and the kitchen is quiet and I am trying to remember the last time I was this still. Not the controlled still. Not the managed quiet of a man who has learned to make a small space around himself and keep things at a working distance. The actual kind. The kind that comes from having nothing left to manage because everything you were managing has just resolved itself on a kitchen floor on a Tuesday evening in December. She doesn't move. I don't move. The cracker box is between us and there are 2 left in it and the refrigerator is humming and outside Pittsburgh is doing what Pittsburgh does and I am holding my wife on the kitchen floor and it is the most uncomplicated I have felt in years. Then she tilts her head back and looks up at me. You practiced, she says. What? What you said. About the distance. The filing system. She looks at me carefully. You said more words at once than I've heard from you in 4 months. You practiced that. I look at the wall. Alexei. 3 times, I say. In the car. On the way to the rink on Tuesday. She makes the sound again, the one between a laugh and a breath, the one that means I have given her something she was not expecting and it has landed in the right place. Out loud, she says. Yes. To yourself. In the car. Yes. She looks at me for a moment. Something in her face does the thing I have been waiting to see, the full version of it, unguarded, not shuttered or managed or filed under not meaningful data. Just her. Just the thing she's been carrying since before I had the right to know she was carrying it. That might be the most you thing you've ever told me, she says. I wanted to get it right. You got it right, she says. For the record. I look at her. She looks at me. The contract says no falling in love, she says. I know this. I signed that contract. I read every clause and initialed every page and I wrote the addendum about the one meal at the bottom in my own handwriting and I knew when I wrote it that it was not about the meal. I know, I say. I think I violated the contract, she says. Me too, I say. She holds my eyes. When? The crackers, I say. The first night on the floor. I sat down and you handed me one and you didn't ask why I was there and you didn't make it a thing and I thought, I stop. I thought, this is a person I could be in a room with forever. She is quiet for a moment. I knew at the gala, she says. When I took your hand before you did anything about Marcus. I took it and I walked away from him and I didn't think about the clause or the rule or the contract. I wanted your hand. That was all. She pauses. That was when I knew the rule was already broken. You didn't say anything. Neither did you. I was trying to be careful. I know. She looks at my chest rather than my face for a moment. I was trying to be careful too. I've been careful about people for a long time. Careful is how I protect myself. She looks up. You were the first person in years who made careful feel like a waste of time. I think about that. I think about what it costs to say that, to be Bridget Calloway, who folds things even when she's tired and writes rules and keeps them and makes the shelf work with what she has, saying that someone made her careful feel like waste. I tighten my arm around her. I have to tell you something, I say. Tell me. I am not good at this. I mean all of it, the words, the saying it, the being known. I have been alone with things for a long time. I built the alone deliberately because it was safer than trusting people with the things that mattered. I look at the kitchen. You are the first thing that has mattered in a long time that I can't put in a box and manage. She is quiet. I don't know how to do this without making mistakes, I say. I will be too quiet sometimes. I will say things wrong. I will stand in the kitchen until the pasta goes cold instead of knocking on the door. I pause. I am telling you this now so it doesn't come as a surprise. She makes a small sound. Alexei. Yes. I burned the pasta. She looks up at me. I wrote a contract to protect myself from my own feelings. I spent 3 days on this floor alone when what I needed was sitting 12 feet away in his room. She holds my eyes. I am not going to fault you for being bad at something I am equally bad at. We are both bad at this, I say. Terrible, she agrees. And we are doing it anyway. Apparently. I look at her face, the full, real version of it that I have been waiting to see straight on for months. I think about the lobby. The wrong appointment day. The way she held eye contact without blinking while I recalculated and I thought, who is this person? I know who she is now. The addendum, I say. She looks at me. What about it? At the bottom of the contract. The one I wrote by hand. I will learn to cook one meal. American. Your choice. She says it from memory, word for word, like she has read it more than once. Like she has taken it out and read it and put it back. I want to add a line, I say. She waits. I will stop tracking the distance, I say. New addendum. Both parties sign. She looks at me for a long moment. Her eyes are doing the thing they do when she is thinking hard about something she has already decided. The processing thing. I have arrived at the answer, but I'm going to take one more pass at the reasoning thing that I have watched her do across every kitchen table conversation we've had and that I find, every single time, the most specifically her thing in the world. Then she says, "Get me a pen." I look at her. "There's one in the junk drawer," she says. "Top right. Behind the batteries." I know this. I have been to the junk drawer. I know it has batteries and 2 rubber bands and a pen and a takeout menu she keeps meaning to throw away. I get up. I get the pen. I come back. I sit back down beside her. She holds out her hand. I give her the pen. She looks at me. She uncaps it. And then, without any paper and nothing to write on, she writes in the air between us, the motion, the intention, the thing that does not need a page to be real. Signed, she says. I look at her hand still holding the pen. Witnessed, I say. She caps the pen. She puts it on the floor beside us. Then she does the thing I have been waiting 4 months for. She turns, fully, and she looks at me with nothing between us, no clauses and no careful distance and no line to track, and she says, "Hi." "Hi," I say. "We're really bad at this," she says. "Yes. We should probably do something about that." "Yes," I say. "We should." I put my hand on her face. She goes still in the way she goes still when something has surprised her underneath the composure. I look at her, completely, the way I look at the net before I shoot, the only thing in the room, and I think, this is the realest thing I have ever done. Then I close the distance. She leans in before I get there. It is, like most things with her, a collaboration. The kitchen is warm and the city is outside and the cracker box is on the floor between us and the refrigerator hums steady and low behind our backs and this, right here, this person, this floor, this life we built by accident and kept on purpose, this is what I meant when I answered without hesitating. This is what I've meant for months. I said yes because it was the only true word I had. It still is. Later, not much later, but enough, we are still on the floor and she has her head against my shoulder and I have my arm around her and neither of us is going anywhere and she says, "The contract." "Yes," I say. "The 12-month term." "Yes." She is quiet for a moment. I want to renegotiate. I look down at the top of her head. "What are your terms?" She tips her head up. She looks at me. And Bridget Calloway, who wrote 4 pages and 12 clauses and 1 underlined rule to keep herself safe, who folds things even when she's tired and holds eye contact without blinking and takes up exactly the right amount of space, says, "No end date." I look at her. She looks back. "Counteroffer," I say. She waits. "No end date," I say. Both parties sign. Non-negotiable. She holds my eyes for 1 second. 2. Then something in her face settles, all of it, everything she's been carrying, settling into exactly the right place like a piece that has finally found the puzzle it belongs to. "Deal," she says. I tighten my arm. She leans back in. Outside, Pittsburgh does what Pittsburgh does. In here, everything that needed to happen has happened, and we are on a kitchen floor with an empty cracker box and a pen and the best contract either of us has ever signed, and it is enough. It is more than enough. It is the whole thing. Chapter 20. 1. POV, Bridget. Title, The Renegotiation. The morning after is a Saturday. I know this because I wake up to the particular quality of Saturday light, softer, less urgent, the kind that doesn't ask anything of you, and because his alarm doesn't go off at 5:30 and the apartment is quiet in the specific way it's only quiet when neither of us has anywhere to be. I lie still for a moment and look at the ceiling. Then I think about the kitchen floor and the pen and no end date, and I close my eyes again and breathe it in like something I need to let settle before I try to carry it. It settles. It settles in the way that real things settle, not with drama, not with the complicated aftermath of a thing you're not sure about, but with the plain, solid weight of something true finding the place it belongs. I get up. He is in the kitchen. Of course he is. It is 8:40 on a Saturday and he is in the kitchen in his practice hoodie with 2 coffees already made, mine with the oat milk and the cinnamon, his without, and he looks up when I come in with the same expression he had last night on the floor. The open one. The real one. No distance in it. "Hi," he says. "Hi," I say. I take my coffee. I stand on the other side of the counter and I wrap both hands around it and I look at him across the kitchen, and we're just 2 people in a kitchen on a Saturday morning, and everything is the same as it was yesterday and nothing is the same as it was yesterday, and both of those things are true at once. "So," I say. "So," he says. "New rules." He looks at me carefully. "Rules. Different ones." I set down my mug. Not restrictions. Just how we do this. I look at the counter. I need us to do this at the right pace. Our pace. Not Bridget. His voice is quiet. I'm not in a hurry. I look up. He is looking at me with the steady, unhurried attention he gives everything he has decided matters. "We have time," he says. "We are not going anywhere." He picks up his coffee. "Take the pace you need." I look at him for a moment. I think about every man who has ever made me feel like the pace I needed was an inconvenience. I think about how different the absence of that pressure feels, how it arrives not as a grand gesture but as a plain, simple sentence said over morning coffee. "We are not going anywhere." "Okay," I say. "Okay," he says. We drink our coffee. The apartment is warm. Outside, Pittsburgh has snow coming. The sky has the particular low, dense look of it, the kind that settles over the city in January and stays. It is a good morning. The good morning ends at 10:47 when Alexei's publicist calls. I know it's the publicist because his contact name in Alexei's phone, which I manage, because I manage all his communications, because that is my job and has been my job since the beginning, is listed as Sasha PR with a small lightning bolt emoji that Sasha apparently added herself. He answers on speaker because we are at the kitchen table and we do not, as a rule, keep things from each other anymore. Alexei. Sasha's voice is clipped and focused. "We have a situation. A journalist named Trent Holloway from the Pittsburgh Ledger sports desk has reached out about a story on your marriage. He claims to have photos." Alexei looks at me. I look at him. "What kind of photos?" he says. "Your wife at what appears to be a different apartment address. Timestamped 2 weeks after the courthouse wedding." He says he has multiple. A pause. He also claims to have a source who has information about the original arrangement being. She stops. His word was transactional. The kitchen is very quiet. I know exactly who gave Trent Holloway those photos. I know exactly who the source is. And I know that the photos are technically accurate. I was at my old apartment 2 weeks after the wedding because I was still moving my things out, because leases don't end the moment you make a decision, because real life has logistics that take time. I also know that accurate and true are not always the same thing. "When does the story run?" Alexei says. He's given us 24 hours for comment. Alexei opens his mouth. "Don't," I say. He looks at me. "I'll handle it," I say. Sasha is quiet for a moment. "Mrs. Volkov." "Bridget," I say. "And I'll handle it. Can you get me his direct number?" She gives it to me. She sounds mildly uncertain, the way people sound when they've been doing their job a certain way for years and someone suggests doing it differently. I thank her. Alexei ends the call. He looks at me across the table. "What are you going to do?" "My job," I say. I call Trent Holloway at 11:15. He answers immediately, which tells me he was expecting to hear from a publicist or a lawyer and is surprised to hear a voice he doesn't recognize. "This is Bridget Volkov," I say. "I understand you've been working on a story." "A beat." Mrs. Volkov. I wasn't expecting. I know. That's fine. I keep my voice level and unhurried. I wanted to speak with you directly before you made any decisions about what to publish. I appreciate that. I have to tell you, the information I've received is. I know what you've received, I say. I know who gave it to you. I pause. I'm not going to tell you not to publish. That's your decision and I respect that it's your decision. Another pause. I just want to make sure you fully considered what you're working with before you go to print. Meaning that the photos you have are accurate in the sense that they show me at my previous apartment address after the wedding date. They are not accurate in the sense that they imply I didn't live with my husband. I keep going before he can respond. Moving out of a lease takes time. Logistics take time. That's not a story. The source suggests the marriage was arranged for immigration. Your source, I say calmly, is a man named Dmitry Volkov, who is my husband's older brother and former agent. A man who was terminated for cause 18 months ago after a financial audit identified approximately $400,000 in unauthorized fees taken from my husband's accounts over 3 years. I let that sit for exactly 1 second. I have the documentation. All of it. The accountant's report, the discrepancy records, the termination correspondence. Silence. What I'm suggesting, I say, is that before you publish a story sourced entirely from a man with that history and that motivation, you consider what that story is worth to you professionally. I pause one last time. That's all I'm saying. You do what you think is right. I wanted to make sure you had the full picture. I hang up. I set the phone on the table. Alexei is looking at me from across the kitchen with an expression I have not seen on him before, which is saying something because I thought I had catalogued most of his expressions by now. It is not quite surprise. It is something beyond surprise, the look of someone who has just watched a thing happen and is still processing how thoroughly and efficiently it happened. The documentation, he says. You have it. You gave me access to your accounts when I started as your assistant, I say. I am very good at my job. He looks at me for a long moment. Yes, he says. You are. The story doesn't run. I know this because Sasha calls back at 2:15 to tell us that Holloway has passed on the piece. She sounds slightly odd. She doesn't ask me to explain what I said on the call. I think she has decided she'd rather not know the specifics and simply be grateful for the outcome. Thank you, she says. Of course, I say. I hang up. I look at Alexei. He looks at me. Dmitry, he says. The word lands flat and heavy. I know. I hold his eyes. You need to deal with that. Not legally, or not only legally. But actually deal with it. He is quiet. You've been managing him at a distance, I say. Not answering. Not engaging. That's been fine for now, but it's not a resolution. I fold my hands on the table. He is your brother. Whatever that means and whatever it costs, you have to go look him in the face and finish the conversation. He looks at the table for a long moment. Then he looks up. I know, he says. I'll be here when you get back, I say. Something crosses his face. Small and warm and very specifically him. I know that too, he says. The USCIS email arrives at 11:43 that night. I am in bed reading the last 20 pages of my mystery novel. The detective has finally gotten it right, when I hear Alexei's footsteps in the hall and then a knock at my door. Not the usual knock. Different. Lighter. Like he is being careful with it. Come in, I say. He opens the door. He is holding his laptop. He looks at me with an expression I can't fully read across the room. He crosses the floor and sits on the edge of my bed, his side. He sits on his side, which is already his side of my bed without us having discussed it, and he turns the laptop toward me. The email is open. I read it. It is 3 paragraphs. Legal language. Formal. The kind of language that is designed to say very important things without saying them dramatically. I read it twice to make sure I have it right. The adjustment of status has been approved. Alexei Volkov, citizen of the Russian Federation, has been granted permanent resident status in the United States of America, conditional on marriage to a U.S. citizen. The approval is effective as of the date of the letter. I look at the screen for a moment. Then I look at him. You don't need me anymore, I say. The words come out before I can stop them, not from fear, not from the old careful distance, just from the plain fact of the thing. The reason we started, the problem the contract was designed to solve, is solved. He has what he came for. The arrangement has fulfilled its purpose. He closes the laptop. He looks at me with the steady, complete attention he gave me last night on the kitchen floor and this morning over coffee and every time in the last 4 months when something important needed to be said and he chose to say it plainly. Stop saying things you don't believe, he says. I look at him. You don't believe that, he says. You know it isn't true. So stop saying it. I look at the closed laptop. I look at him. He is right. I don't believe it. I know it isn't true. Okay, I say. He puts the laptop on the nightstand. He looks at me. Okay, he says. He doesn't get up. I don't tell him to. Outside the window the snow has started, the first real snow of the season, coming down quiet and steady, and we sit in the light of the bedroom in the apartment that has been ours for 4 months and neither of us says anything else. We don't need to. The approval is on the nightstand and the snow is on the window and the contract is in the folder in the cabinet with its 4 pages and 12 clauses, and none of it is the real thing anymore. The real thing is this. Chapter 20. 2. POV, Alexei title, What My Brother Taught Me About Home. I booked the flight on a Wednesday. Toronto. 1 day, out and back. I don't tell Bridget where I'm going until the morning of, because I don't want her to spend the week before it tracking my face for signs of how I'm feeling about it, which she will do without meaning to because that is how she is built, and I need to feel however I'm going to feel about this without managing how it looks. She is at the kitchen counter with her coffee when I come out with my bag. She looks at it. She looks at me. Toronto, I say. She is quiet for a moment. Dimitri. Yes. She puts down her mug. She looks at me with the full, direct attention, not asking me to explain, not asking me to be okay with it, not making it anything other than what it is. Do you want me to come? No. She nods once. When's your flight back? 6:15. I'll make dinner. It is exactly the right answer. Not be careful or call me or any of the things that would make this larger and more complicated than it needs to be. Just, I'll make dinner. I'll be here. Come back. I pick up my bag. At the door I stop and turn back. She is still at the counter, watching me. The carbonara, I say. I'll teach you. When I get back. Something in her expression goes warm. Small, but there. Deal, she says. I go. Dimitri lives in a part of Toronto that is doing its best to look more expensive than it is, good buildings, reasonable neighborhood, the kind of area where a man who used to have more money than he has now can maintain a certain presentation. I find the coffee shop he suggested without trouble. It is the kind of place that is deliberate about its neutrality. No sharp edges. No home advantage for anyone. He is already there when I arrive. I stop at the door for a moment and look at him through the glass. He is 51 years old. Heavier than the last time I saw him, which was 2 years ago at a league event where we were both pretending the accountant's report didn't exist. He has the look of someone who has not been sleeping well, which I notice without feeling much about it. He is holding a coffee cup and looking at his phone and he has not seen me yet. I go in. He looks up when I sit down. For a moment we just look at each other across a small cafe table in Toronto and I let myself feel the full weight of what this man is to me, everything he was and everything he did and the distance between those two things that I have been standing in for 2 years. Alyosha, he says. Don't, I say. He closes his mouth. I'm not here to argue, I say. I'm not here to negotiate or threaten or ask for anything back. I put my hands flat on the table. I'm here because you are my brother and I wanted to look at you and say this to your face. He looks at me. His expression is careful. The careful of a man who has learned to read rooms and is reading this one. You spent 10 years building something for me, I say. I know that. I have never not known that. The skates, the training, the agent contacts, you did all of it and it was real. I pause. And then you spent 3 years taking it back in pieces because you could. Because I trusted you enough not to check. I look at him steadily. I have been trying to understand how both of those things can be true about the same person. He is quiet. I think I understand now, I say. You needed me to need you. When I didn't anymore, when I had the team and the contracts and the career I could manage myself, you found another way to make yourself necessary. I look at the table. The taking was how you stayed close. Something moves in his face. Quick. Gone. I'm not saying this to wound you, I say. I'm saying it because I think you know it and I think carrying it unsaid has cost us both more than saying it will. He looks at his coffee cup for a long moment. He turns it in his hands the way I turn mine when I'm deciding what to say. You were always going to leave, he says. His voice is low. From the moment you were good enough. You were going to leave and have a life I couldn't follow you into. Yes, I say. He looks up. I was always going to leave, I say. That was the point. That was what the skates were for. I hold his eyes. But not because of you. I didn't leave because of what you took. I left because I found somewhere worth staying. He looks at me. Something in his expression shifts, the careful reading going away, something older and quieter coming up underneath. The face of the men who laced my skates in the cold. The men who said skate like you mean it or don't skate at all. She's good for you, he says. I look at him. The woman. He looks at his cup. I looked into her. When I was building the case. He pauses. She called the journalist. Yes. She protected you. Yes. He is quiet for a moment. She's not what I expected, he says. Not warmly, not quite. But without the edge I was expecting. I thought it would be someone easier. Someone without her own position. He sets down his cup. She has a position. She does, I say. Good, he says, so quietly I almost miss it. We sit in the coffee shop for another 40 minutes. Not reconciling, that is not what this is and I am not pretending it is. But talking. The kind of talking that two people do when they have stopped pretending the damage isn't there and are deciding what to do with the space it leaves. At the end, I stand up. He looks up at me. I'm not going to call, I say. Not for a while. I need the distance. I pause. But I am not going to cut you off. You are my brother and our mother is in St. Petersburg and I will not make her choose. I look at him. But you don't get to take anything else from me. Not my career. Not my money. I pause. Not her. He looks at me for a long moment. Then he nods. Once. Small. The nod of a man accepting a consequence he earned. I leave. The flight back is at 6:15 and I am in my seat by 5:50 with a coffee I don't drink and the window showing the Toronto skyline going dark in the early evening. I think about Dimitri's face. The thing that moved across it when I said I found somewhere worth staying. I have been trying to name it since I left the coffee shop and I think I have it now. It was recognition. He recognized the thing I was describing, not because he has it, but because he always wanted it and it was the thing he could never get me to come back for. He built an entire architecture of manipulation around the need for me to stay near and what undid all of it was not the lawyer or the accountant or the journalist who didn't run the story. It was a woman on a kitchen floor handing me a cracker. It was a shelf at the right height. It was someone choosing my floor. I look out the window at the last light over Toronto and I think, home. Not as a city. Not as a country or a building or an address. I have known since I was 22 that home is not a place, home is the feeling of fitting somewhere, of being in a context where the things that make you who you are don't have to be managed or minimized or explained. For 22 years I looked for that feeling and found it briefly on ice and nowhere else. I found it permanently on a kitchen floor. I close my eyes. The plane moves. I go home. She made pasta. Not carbonara, she hasn't learned that yet, we're doing that on Saturday, we have a plan, but the simple kind, with the garlic and the olive oil and the parmesan, the one she makes when she wants something warm and uncomplicated and real. The apartment smells like it when I open the door at 9:15, and the light in the kitchen is on, and she is at the stove with her back to me. She turns when she hears the door. She looks at my face. She reads it the way she reads everything. I watch her do it, the quick, complete assessment, the landing on what she finds. "How was it?" she says. "Hard," I say. "Necessary." She nods. I hang up my coat. I come to the counter. I look at the pan on the stove, the garlic already golden, the pasta already draining. "How are you?" she says. I think about that. I think about the coffee shop in Toronto and the flight back and the city outside the window going dark. I think about a boy with second-hand skates learning a rink in the cold and a man in Pittsburgh who has finally stopped needing the rink to be the whole of it. "Good," I say. "I'm good." She looks at me for a moment. "Okay," she says. She hands me the wooden spoon. "Stir this." I stir it. She gets the bowls from the cabinet, both of them, the two that lie side by side on the lower shelf, and she sets them on the counter and she comes and stands beside me at the stove and watches the pasta the way she watches everything. Careful. Present. Completely in it. I stir the pan. She bumps her shoulder against my arm once, lightly. I bump back. Neither of us makes anything of it. We just stand there at the stove and we make dinner together and the apartment is warm and the snow from last night is still on the window ledge and the life we built by accident is exactly where we left it, which is everywhere, in everything, in both our coats on the same hook and both our mugs on the same rack and the shelf at the right height that started everything. "Welcome home," she says. She says it simply. Like it's a fact she's been sitting on for a while and is finally done keeping to herself. I look at her. She looks at the pan. "Welcome home," I say. Chapter 20. 3. POV, Bridget title, What I Paid Attention to. He has practice on Thursday. He leaves at 5:45 and I am still in bed, technically, though I've been awake since 5:20 the way I always am when his alarm goes off, which is something I have quietly stopped resisting. The apartment shifts when he leaves, settles into its daytime quiet, the particular stillness of a space that knows it's being held until someone comes back. I lie there for a while and listen to it. Then I get up. I make coffee. I go to the cabinet above the desk, the one that holds the important things, the filed documents, the sorted folders that I built in October when being his assistant was the whole of my role here, and I take out the folder labeled Contract, Volkov/Callaway. I carry it to the kitchen table. I sit down. I open it. 4 pages. My handwriting on the notes in the margins. His signature at the bottom of page 4, clean and fast, the way he signs everything. Mine below it. And at the very bottom, in his handwriting, different from the rest of the document, different ink, different day, the addendum. I will learn to cook one meal. American. Your choice. I read the whole thing. All 12 clauses. I read it the way you read something you wrote in a different version of yourself, recognizing the voice but not quite claiming it, the way old journals feel. This was me in November. Scared and practical and determined and wrong about one very important thing. I read Clause 9. No romantic or emotional entanglement between parties. I get a pen from the junk drawer. I cross it out. Not aggressively, one clean line through it, enough to be clear. Then I write underneath, in the margin, in my own handwriting. Too late. I put the pen down. I look at the page. Then I read the addendum again. I will learn to cook one meal. American. Your choice. I think about the handwritten notes on the counter. Step 7. Don't rush it. I think about the 4 days he spent practicing carbonara for a contract line that had nothing to do with dinner, and the particular way he looked at me when I read the notes in the hallway, and the way I immediately went to the refrigerator because I was not ready yet for what I saw on his face. I was not ready then. I am now. I fold the contract along its original creases. Carefully. Then I carry it down the hall and I set it on his pillow, centered, neat, like something I've finished with and am returning to its rightful owner. Then I get my coat and my bag and I go to the grocery store, because we are out of oat milk and I have a list. The grocery store is quiet on a Thursday morning. I like it this way, the early light on the linoleum, the unhurried pace of the weekday shoppers, the particular freedom of a weekday errand that isn't being rushed around anything else. I get the oat milk. I get the things on the list. I am in the cereal aisle, looking at 2 boxes of the same thing in different sizes and doing the math on which one is actually better value, when my phone buzzes. His name. I open it. 3 words in Russian. Characters I can't read, in a language I've been picking up pieces of from Elena's calls and his occasional kitchen floor Russian when something in the news irritates him. Then a line below. I looked it up. It means what you think it means. I stand in the cereal aisle. I read it again. I read the Russian characters again and I don't know what they say and I know exactly what they say, because he told me in a coffee shop in Toronto that the English version comes out wrong, too small, and he needed the language that holds the full weight of it. And now he has looked it up and sent it to me and added 1 line to make sure I don't have to wonder. It means what you think it means. I stand in the cereal aisle for 45 seconds. A woman with a cart passes me and gives me a slightly concerned look and I realize I am standing completely still in front of the granola with my hand on my phone and a smile I have absolutely no control over. Sorry, I say. I'm fine. She nods and moves on. I put the large box of cereal in my basket because it is better value and I walk to the checkout and I think about the contract on his pillow and the 3 Russian words on my phone and the man who practiced a speech in his car and made carbonara from handwritten notes and sat down on a kitchen floor without being asked and has been, since the moment he walked into a lobby with the wrong appointment day, the clearest and most straightforward person I have ever let myself know. I think about Priya saying you fell and my mother saying that doesn't make it not real and Jonah saying like it's the only thing in the room. I think about what it cost me to say yes to the placement. The dentist appointment I rescheduled. The bus ride to an office I'd never been to, for a job I almost didn't take, for a man I told had the wrong day and never apologized for it. I think about the version of me that almost didn't say yes. I think, what a loss that would have been. I get home at 10:40. He is not back from practice yet, that's an 11 o'clock thing on Thursdays. I put the groceries away. I put the oat milk on the second shelf where it lives. I make a second coffee and I sit at the kitchen table and I look at the apartment. The coats on the hook. Both of them, side by side, mine slightly shorter, his taking up more space in the way that he takes up space, physical, present, completely there. The shelf he put up. My books on it, organized by the system only I understand, which he has never touched or rearranged or asked about. The coffee machine with 2 profiles. His. Mine. The junk drawer with the pen I used this morning, the takeout menu, the batteries, the rubber bands. The shared drawer of a shared life. The second bedroom that is a bedroom now, a real one, mine, with the nightstand he built on a Sunday afternoon and the earring that finally found its match last week sitting together on the surface like they were never missing each other. I look at all of it. I look at what 4 months of living alongside someone looks like when you stop tracking the line and just let it be what it is. It looks like this. My phone buzzes again. Priya. Did anything happen today? You have a vibe. I look at the message. I look at the Russian words still sitting in my notification tray. I looked it up. It means what you think it means. Yes, I type back to Priya. I'll tell you everything. Tell me now, she sends back, and then immediately, never mind, your face will be better in person. Dinner Saturday. Saturday, I say. I put the phone down. The door opens. He comes in from practice with his bag on one shoulder and his hair still damp from the rink shower and the particular loose quality he has when practice has gone well, something in the way he moves, a little less held than usual, the physical relief of a body that has done what it was built to do. He sees me at the kitchen table. He stops. You're back early, I say. Harland cut it short, he says. He sets down his bag. He looks at me the way he's been looking at me since Thursday night on the kitchen floor, open, direct, nothing managing it. I got your text. Which one? He gives me a look. The dry one. The one that says groceries. I assumed it wasn't about the groceries. I smile. I left something on your pillow. He is still. I know. You read it. Yes. And you sent me 3 words in Russian. Yes. I look at him across the kitchen. He looks at me. The apartment is quiet and warm, and outside it is a Thursday in January in Pittsburgh, and the snow is on the window ledge, and nothing about this is dramatic and everything about it is exactly right. Come have coffee, I say. He comes and sits across from me. I get up and pour his cup and set it in front of him and sit back down, and we're just two people at a kitchen table on a Thursday morning, which is the whole of it, which is everything. The contract, I say. He wraps his hands around his mug. I saw what you crossed out. And what I wrote under it. Yes. I look at the table. I meant it when I wrote the clause. The original one. I look up. I need you to know that. I wasn't lying to myself. I genuinely believed I could keep that line. I know, he says. And then I couldn't. I know that too. I look at him. When did you know? For you. He turns his coffee cup in his hands. The question gets the specific stillness it always gets from him when he's deciding how to say something real rather than something easy. The towels, he says. I stare at him. The second week, he says. You used one of my good towels. You hung it back exactly as you found it. You thought I didn't notice. He looks at the mug. I noticed. And I went out the next morning and bought 3 more and left them folded in the hall, and I told myself it was just, he stops. Practical, I say. Yes. He looks up. And then I stood in the hallway for 10 minutes before I went back to practice because the apartment had 2 sets of towels and 2 mugs and a woman who folds things even when she's tired, and I thought. He stops again. What did you think? He looks at me directly. Don't let this become something you lose. The kitchen is very still. That's when you knew, I say. That's when I knew, he says. I look at him. I think about the towels on the hallway table with the post-it note. These are for you. I bought more. I think about the thing I felt when I picked them up, the thing I filed under not meaningful data and carried around for 3 more months anyway. Alexei, I say. Yes. I'm going to say something and I need you to not respond practically. He looks slightly alarmed, which is a new expression and I am going to treasure it. Okay, he says carefully. I love you, I say. The real version. Not the contract version, not the for the officer version, not the version I've been pretending I don't know about for 2 months. I look at him steadily. The actual version. I love you. He looks at me. He does not respond practically. He reaches across the kitchen table and takes my hand and holds it with both of his and looks at me with the completely open expression and says, in Russian, 3 words. I don't ask him to translate. I already know. We sit at the kitchen table with our cold coffees and the Thursday morning light coming through the window, and I think, I almost didn't say yes to the placement. I think about the dentist appointment and the bus ride and the wrong appointment day and every small hinge the whole thing swung on. I think, every single one of them was worth it. Outside, Pittsburgh is exactly itself. In here, everything is ours. Chapter 20. 4. POV, Bridget and Alexei. Title, Home Season. Bridget. The Steel make the playoffs on a Tuesday night in March. I know this is happening because Jonah has been texting me game updates since 7:15 even though I am watching the same game from the couch 12 feet from the television. He is at his friend Caleb's house. He has been at Caleb's house for most playoff-adjacent games this season because they have a bigger TV and Caleb's dad played junior hockey and therefore the commentary in that living room is, apparently, superior. I do not take this personally. They're up by 2 with 6 minutes left, Jonah texts. I can see that, I text back. Do you think he's nervous? I look at Alexei on the couch beside me. He is watching the game with the focused stillness of someone who knows every player on both rosters and is processing the ice in real time even from a couch in Pittsburgh. His hand is on my knee. He has been holding it there for 45 minutes and I don't think he knows he's doing it. No, I text Jonah. He's fine. Tell him I said good luck. The game is almost over. Still. I put my phone down. I look at the screen. I look at Alexei. Jonah says good luck, I say. He doesn't look away from the game. It's the last 6 minutes. I told him that. The corner of his mouth moves. His hand tightens slightly on my knee. On the screen, Jonesy takes a shot that rings off the post and the whole couch shifts, me forward, him sideways, his arm coming automatically around my shoulders, and then the whistle blows and it is fine and we are both breathing again. 4 minutes left. Alexei, I say. We're going to the playoffs. He looks at me. The game is still going. He looks at me anyway. Yes, he says. We are. We. Still the best word. The buzzer sounds at 9:47. The Steel win. The arena on the screen erupts, the players on the bench erupting with them, and Alexei watches his team celebrate with an expression that is contained on the outside and everything on the inside, and I put my head on his shoulder and feel him breathe. My phone goes off 11 times in 40 seconds. Jonah. Priya. Vera, in all caps, in Russian and English simultaneously. Sasha PR, which means tomorrow will be busy. Carol, who sends a single line, so proud. Tell him. I show him my mother's text. He reads it. He looks at the screen where his team is still celebrating. He nods once, the way he does when something lands that he needed to land. Tell her thank you, he says. I type it. She responds with 3 hearts. We sit on the couch until the coverage ends, and then a while after that, because neither of us is in a hurry and the apartment is warm and his arm is around me and there is nowhere else either of us needs to be. Alexei. The playoffs start in 2 weeks. Before they start, there is a conversation I have been meaning to have and keep not having because the right moment keeps being replaced by a better one, and at some point I understand that I am waiting for a perfect moment that is not coming because every moment is already the right one and I just need to do the thing. I do the thing on a Sunday morning. She is in the kitchen with her coffee and her mystery novel. She is on the 3rd to last chapter and she makes a face at it every 4 minutes that means the detective is wrong again, and I go to the cabinet above the desk. The one with the important files. I take out the folder. I come to the kitchen table. I sit down. She looks up from the book. She looks at the folder. Her expression goes careful in the way it goes careful when she is trying to read a situation before it reads her. What's that? She says. I open the folder. I take out the contract, the original, all 4 pages, her handwriting in the margins and the crossed-out clause 9 and the 2 words she wrote in pencil, too late. I put it on the table between us. Then I take out the second piece of paper. It is 1 page. I wrote it last Thursday at the office while she was at her mother's rehab pickup. It took me 40 minutes to get the language right, which is longer than most legal documents should take for 1 clause and 1 sentence, but I wanted it right. I put it beside the original. She picks it up. She reads it. I watch her read it. 1 sentence. She reads it twice. Then she puts it down and looks at me. This is real now. This is the whole thing. No end date. 1 clause, she says. That's all it needs, I say. She looks at the page. She looks at the original contract beside it, 12 clauses, 4 pages, the architecture of 2 people trying to keep themselves safe from each other. She looks at the 1 sentence that replaces all of it. Do you have a pen? She says. I have a pen. I put it on the table. She picks it up. She signs. Her signature, the one I know as well as my own now, the quick B, the deliberate C, the whole thing done in 4 seconds with the confidence of someone who has been signing documents her whole adult life and knows exactly what her name means when she puts it on a page. She holds the pen out. I take it. I sign. She puts both documents side by side on the table. She looks at them, the old one and the new one, the before and the after, and something in her face settles into the expression I have been watching happen all year, the one that started as composure and became something else entirely. The real thing. The full version. Filed under important documents, she says. Yes, I say. I take both pages to the cabinet. I open the folder she made, the one she labeled in her exact handwriting when she was still my assistant and organizing my life for pay rather than for the rest of it. I slide both documents in. I close the cabinet. I look at her across the kitchen. She is watching me. She doesn't say anything. She doesn't have to. I come back to the table. I sit down. I steal a sip of her coffee, which she tolerates now with only minor protest, which is one of the 1,000 small evolutions that make up a life built alongside someone. She goes back to her book. I pull out my phone. We stay at the table until the coffee is cold and the chapter is done and the morning becomes afternoon without either of us deciding to move, because this is what we do now. This is home season. Bridget. 3 weeks into the playoffs, Carol comes to visit. She takes the train on a Friday afternoon and I pick her up from the station and she looks better than she has looked in 2 years, weight back, color in her face, the particular vitality of a woman who has come through something and emerged with more rather than less. She hugs me on the platform for a long time. I let her. On the drive back she asks about the team schedule, about Vera, about whether I've been eating properly, which is a question she asks regardless of context and always will. She asks about Alexei with the specific careful warmth of a woman who has already decided how she feels and is waiting for the moment to say it plainly. She gets the moment at dinner. He makes the carbonara, the real version, the one he's made 4 times now since we started doing it together on Saturdays, the one that gets better each time in small specific ways because he approaches cooking the same way he approaches everything, which is the systematic elimination of every possible error. He makes it and puts it on the table and Carol watches him do it and then looks at me with an expression that says everything she is not currently saying. "This is very good," she says, after the first bite. "I practiced," he says. "I know," she says. She looks at me. I look at the table. After dinner, Alexei takes Carol's bag to the guest room, my old second bedroom, the one that was a protein powder storage unit when I arrived and is now an actual room with an actual lamp and the quilt from my old apartment that I brought over when I stopped thinking of my old apartment as mine, and I hear them in the hallway. Carol says something I can't make out. He says, "Yes. She is." Whatever she asked him, that was the answer. I don't need to know the question. She comes back to the kitchen with the particular expression of a woman whose primary concern in life has been resolved. She sits down and picks up her wine and says, to no one in particular, "Good. Mom." "I'm allowed to say good," she says. "I earned it." She's right. She did. Alexei. Jonah comes to his first live playoff game in the 3rd round. I arranged the seats 3 weeks ago through the team's front office, 2 rows back from the glass, right side, directly in line with the face-off circle where I spend most of my time in the offensive zone. Good seats. Seats where the sound is different than anywhere else in the arena, where you can hear the blades and the boards and the specific percussion of professional hockey that gets lost in the upper levels. I don't tell Bridget I arranged them. I give the tickets to her the morning of the game the way I put up the shelf, without announcing it, just placing the thing where it needs to be. She looks at them. She looks at me. Jonah's been to 3 games this season, I say. All from the upper level. He's never been close. She is quiet for a moment. Then, he's going to lose his mind. I know. He's going to text me from 2 rows back from the glass during the game. Probably. She looks at the tickets. She looks at me. "You called the front office?" "Yes." "Without being asked?" "Yes." She sets down the tickets. She looks at me with the expression that happens sometimes when I do something she was not expecting and it lands somewhere specific in her chest, the slight stillness, the eyes that go inward for a moment before they come back. "Thank you," she says. She says it simply and completely, the way she says things she means. "He should see it properly," I say. "At least once." She picks up the tickets. She calls Jonah. I hear his reaction through the phone from 6 feet away. I go back to my coffee. Bridget. Jonah texts me 17 times during the game. The first one comes 30 seconds after warm-up start. I can hear everything. Bridget. I can hear everything. Then, he waved at me. During warm-ups. He saw me and he waved. Then 4 messages that are just caps lock. Then, during the second period, when Alexei takes a hit along the boards that I feel in my own chest from the sweet 3 sections over, "Is he okay?" Bridget. "Is he okay?" I text back, "He's fine." Watch. Alexei gets up, gets the puck, and scores 47 seconds later. Top right corner. The arena goes up and Jonah sends me a photo of himself standing in his row with his arms in the air, face completely overcome, the pure uncomplicated joy of someone who is 16 years old and watching their favorite player score from 2 rows back from the glass. I show it to Vera beside me. Vera immediately saves it to her phone and sends it to Elena in St. Petersburg. Elena, who speaks perfect English and has known about our arrangement since approximately week 4 when Vera told her everything because Vera tells Elena everything, sends back a voice message in Russian. Vera listens to it, covers her mouth, and hands me her phone. What did she say? I ask. Vera grins. She says Jonah has better taste than Alexei did at that age. She says this is a compliment to your brother. I look at the ice. I look at Alexei, already back at the face-off circle, already in it. I think about Elena's voice saying my son is an idiot, please be patient with him, and about how patient I have not needed to be, not really, because the idiocy was brief and the rest has been the most clear-eyed thing I have ever been part of. Tell her Jonah says thank you, I say. Vera tells her. Elena responds immediately. Vera laughs. What? She says she is coming to Pittsburgh in the spring, Vera says. And she is staying for 2 weeks. She wants to meet your mother. I look at the ice. I think about Carol Calloway and Elena Volkov in the same room, 2 women who have been having separate parallel versions of the same conversation about their children for months, who have never met but who I suspect will recognize each other immediately in the way of people who have been telling the same truth from different sides. Tell her we have a guest room, I say. Alexei. The Steel win Game 6 on a Friday night in April. We win it at home, which means the building is as loud as I have ever heard it and the ice is full of people and the lights are doing the thing they do for wins, the specific chaos of 19,000 people releasing everything at once. I find Jonesy and we go through the thing we always do after a big win, the hit, the grip, the moment that means something different when it has been a long road. There it is, Jonesy says. He says it like he always says the important things. Simple. Meaning it completely. There it is, I say. He grabs the back of my neck. We have been skating together for 3 seasons. He has known since October that something was different, has watched the whole thing from his particular vantage point of someone who pays attention to people the way I pay attention to the ice, and he has said almost nothing about it, which is how I know he understood it. She good, he says. Yes, I say. Good. He lets go. He skates toward the bench. Don't mess it up, Volkov. I won't. I look up at the suite. She is standing. Vera is beside her, also standing, also screaming, one arm around Bridget's shoulders. Bridget has her phone in one hand, she's texting, probably Jonah, probably Carol, and she is looking at the ice and when my eyes find her she does the thing she did at the team dinner in November and every time since, which is that she does not look away. She just holds it. Steady. Present. Completely there. I raise my stick. She raises her phone. The building is the loudest thing in the world and I can feel it in my chest and all of it, the game, the season, the city, the 6 years of building something in a country I chose and almost lost, all of it is true and present and real. But the thing that is most real is the woman in the suite who reorganized my filing system and told me I had the wrong day and held eye contact without blinking, and chose this floor, and keeps choosing it. I chose right, the night I sat down across from her on the kitchen floor. I choose it again every morning. I will keep choosing it. Epilogue. Bridget title, the version of me that said yes. Nick has been asleep for 22 minutes and I have not moved. This is the governing principle of my current existence. When the baby sleeps, the person holding the baby does not move, breathe loudly, shift weight, or make any sound that might disturb the deeply serious 6-month-old business of being unconscious. I have become very good at stillness. I have become, in fact, better at stillness than I ever was before, which is saying something given that I have always been the kind of person who can hold a room's worth of quiet. Nick helps. He is asleep on my shoulder with his fist pressed against my collarbone and his expression of maximum concentration even in sleep, because he is his father's son down to the cellular level and approaches unconsciousness with the same focused investment Alexei brings to everything. He is 6 months old and already has opinions. He makes them known without apology. He is, without question, the most inconvenient and most necessary thing in my life, and I would sit completely still for hours to keep him asleep and I would also do anything to wake him up just to watch him look at the world with those enormous gray eyes. He's got his father's eyes. Vera is beside me with a tissue she has been using periodically since the second period started. The Steel are up by 1 with 4 minutes left in the third, which is the kind of game situation that is technically comfortable and practically terrifying, which Vera understands because she has been sitting in this suite for 6 years longer than I have. "He's fine," she says, without looking at me. I am not the one who said anything. I am sitting very still with a sleeping baby and a wine glass I haven't touched in 40 minutes. But she knows. She always knows. "I know," I say. Down below, the ice is doing what the ice does in the last 4 minutes of a playoff game, everything faster, everything louder, every shift carrying the full weight of what it is. I watch Alexei come off the bench on a line change and skate his first 2 strides, and I think, as I always think in these moments, he was built for this. Exactly this. The specific combination of speed and intelligence in the body that absorbs contact and keeps moving, the mind that processes 30 variables at once and still finds the lane. He is remarkable. I know this. I have always known this. It stopped being surprising around month 2 and became something I just carry around as a fact about the world, the way you carry facts about gravity or the way light works. It is simply true that Alexei Volkov is remarkable on ice. It is simply true that I am allowed to know this. It is simply true that this is my life. I still find that strange sometimes. In the best possible way. Nick shifts against my shoulder. I press my lips to his head. He smells like the specific sweetness of a clean baby at the end of a day, which is a smell I did not know existed until 7 months ago and now cannot imagine not knowing. "Nikolai Karol Volkov," I said, when they put him in my arms. I said it quietly, just to him, because it was the first thing he needed to know. His name. All 3 parts of it. His father's language and his grandmother's name and the family that existed before him and the one that he was becoming the center of. He looked at me with those enormous gray eyes, deeply unimpressed, and I fell completely in love for the second time in my adult life. The first time was on a kitchen floor. This time was in a hospital room. Both times, I did not see it coming. Both times, it arrived exactly right. "He's going for it," Vera says. I look at the ice. Alexei has the puck at the blue line. The lane is there, narrow, barely there, the kind of opening that only exists for 2 seconds and only certain people can see it all. I watch him see it. I watch his body commit before his mind has finished the calculation, because that is what he does, that is who he is. The decision happens in the body first, in the muscle and the bone and the 6 years of ice time that live below conscious thought. He goes. The building rises before he shoots. 43 seconds left. Playoffs. 3 years of marriage. A baby on my shoulder and wine I haven't touched and my best friend beside me and my mother 2 seats over with her hands pressed to her face because she cries at everything now, has cried at everything since the surgery, since the recovery, since the morning she sat up in the hospital bed and looked at me and said, "I'm still here, baby," and we both understood what we'd been given. Alexei shoots. The red light comes on. The arena loses everything it was holding. Nick wakes up. He blinks at the sound with his father's expression, that specific, slightly affronted assessment of a new situation. He turns his head and looks at the ice below with the same focused attention, like he is already learning the rink, already absorbing the thing that will be part of his inheritance whether he wants it or not. I look at the ice. I look at my son. He scored, I tell him. Nick is unimpressed. I know, I say. Work on it. Vera is on her feet, both arms in the air, saying things in Russian that I now understand approximately 60% of, which is enough to know that 3 of those things are not appropriate for a person with a baby on their shoulder. Minsky, beside her, watches his wife with the expression he has always had, completely devoted, completely entertained. My mother reaches across and puts her hand on my arm. I look at her. She doesn't say anything. She just holds my arm and looks at me with the expression she's had since I brought him home, the full, overwhelming, slightly terrifying love of a grandmother meeting the continuation of something she worked very hard to still be here for. I know, I say. She nods. On the ice, Alexei finds the bench, finds the celebration, finds the last 39 seconds of a game he is going to win. Then he does the thing. The thing the photographers have figured out by now, the thing that has been in 3 separate sports write-ups in 2 years because no one has been able to explain it exactly right. He looks up. Not at the scoreboard. Not at the crowd. At this suite, this window, this specific section of this specific building where I have been sitting for 3 years with various wine glasses and eventually a baby. I raise Nick's little fist. Alexei's face does the thing it does when he is too happy to manage it, the full version of it, unguarded, the smile I first saw on a kitchen floor and have been seeing ever since in various kitchens and rinks and hospital rooms and all the ordinary Tuesdays in between. 3 journalists photograph it. I already know they will call it the moment of the night. They called it that last year too, and the year before. They keep trying to explain it, the chemistry, the love story, the green card marriage that became the real thing. They keep getting it slightly wrong because they are looking for the drama of it, the complication, the narrative arc. They miss the kitchen floor. They miss the crackers. They miss the shelf at the right height. The next morning is a Saturday. Nick wakes at 6:15, which is early even for him, and I bring him to the kitchen because the kitchen is where things happen in this apartment, where they have always happened, where they will keep happening for as long as we are here. I sit on the floor. Back against the refrigerator. My spot. Our spot. The place where the whole thing started and ended and started again. Nick is on my chest, awake and serious, looking at the kitchen with the focused attention of someone cataloging a new environment. He looks at the shelf. He looks at the 2 mugs on the rack. He looks at the hook by the door with the coats, mine, Alexei's, the small one that is his for when we go out, which is still slightly surreal every time I look at it. He looks at all of it with those enormous gray eyes. That shelf, I tell him quietly, was the first thing I knew. He looks at the shelf. He put it up without being asked, I say. At exactly the right height. He never mentioned it. I look at the shelf. That's the whole story, really. Right there. Nick makes a small sound. Uncertain. I know, I say. It sounds simple. I almost didn't say yes. I think it the way I always think it, not with dread, not with relief, just with the honest weight of how close it was. A dentist appointment. A calendar conflict. A phone call I almost didn't pick up because Gwen always sounds like she's already late for something else. I think about the version of me who said no. I think, she never had this. The door opens. He comes in from his morning run in the January cold, breathing steady, cheeks flushed, the particular aliveness of a man who has been outside in Pittsburgh winter at 7 in the morning by choice. He stops in the kitchen doorway when he sees us. He takes in the scene. The floor. The refrigerator. Nick on my chest with his serious face. Me in last night's sleep shirt looking like someone who has not yet brushed her teeth. He crosses the kitchen. He drops down beside me, our side, both of us, the floor that belongs to us now, and he leans to look at Nick. How long has he been asleep, he says. He's not, I say. He's been awake since 6:15. He's just thinking. About what? The shelf, I think. He looks at the shelf. He looks at me. Something in his expression goes warm in the specific, private way it goes warm when I say something that means more than it sounds. How long have you been down here, he says. 20 minutes. He settles his back against the refrigerator beside me. He reaches over and steals my coffee. I made 2, 1 for each of us, because I always make 2 now, have made 2 since sometime in November of 3 years ago and have not had a morning since where both mugs weren't used. He drinks it. I will not move, he says, until he wakes up. I look at him. He looks at Nick. Nick looks at his father with the serious gray eyes and then, very slowly, with the particular economy of someone who has decided this situation is acceptable, reaches out one small fist and grabs Alexei's finger. Alexei goes completely still. He looks at Nick's hand on his finger with an expression that is nothing like any expression I have seen him make in 3 years, not the composed neutral, not the open warmth, not the dry humor or the focused eye stare. Something newer than all of them. Something that is only available to a person who has been handed, without warning, the most important thing. He stays completely still. I lean into him. His arm comes around me. Nick holds his finger. Outside, Pittsburgh is doing whatever Pittsburgh does in January, the cold and the bridges and the river going dark and the city being entirely unsentimental about all of it. In here, the coffee is warm and the refrigerator hums and the shelf is at exactly the right height. I think, I said yes. I think, this is what yes looks like. I think, I would say it again. I would say it every single time. Author's note. Dear reader, thank you for spending your time with this story. When I first imagined these characters, I wanted to write about people who understand pressure, the kind that comes from the outside, from family, from expectations, and what happens when the walls they've built start cracking open. This story is about the courage it takes to be seen. Not the curated version. The real one. The messy, imperfect, terrified one. I hope that resonated with you. If this book made you feel something, I'd be grateful if you left a review. Reviews help readers find stories like this, and every one means the world to me. With gratitude. Ainsley Monroe. Acknowledgements. Every book begins with a quiet question. I'm grateful to everyone who helped me find the answer. To my readers, you took a chance on this story, and I couldn't be more thankful. Your messages, your reviews, your enthusiasm, they fuel every late-night writing session. To anyone who has ever built something from nothing, a career, a relationship, a second chance, this one's for you. And to the cold coffee that got me through every draft, you were terrible, and I wouldn't change a thing. About the author. Ainsley Monroe writes emotionally charged contemporary romance that lives in the space between heartbreak and hope. She believes the best love stories start with two people who are certain they want nothing to do with each other. When not writing, she can be found drinking coffee that went cold hours ago and arguing about sports with strangers on the internet. She lives with two cats who judge her word count daily.